course, I didn't have high hopes. I got the feeling this specific update, I think, it's a pretty big one, so I think it's causing some serious problems.
Yeah, and now we're live, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Oh yes.
Well, that was a good discussion, guys. I appreciate your listening, and totally agreeing with everything I said. And I'll see you guys next week.
No, but you were saying we did a lot of Star Citizen stuff. Yeah, the patches PTU Alpha 3.17 still in PTU. Large patch, and really there's a lot of bugs. There's a lot of bug fixing with this patch too. So hopefully we actually get to see that when it goes live. I mean, I haven't tested the PTU.
No. I mean, I've watched a lot of content creators doing it, and it looks pretty buggy.
It's like not for me.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart.
What about the heart of faint?
That's okay.
Haven't met them.
Or the fart of haint.
No, we don't talk about
that.
them.
I met them. They're stuffed in an airplane with 80 other paratroopers. That's when you can tell whether your farts are good. But yeah, I think, I think, like I said before, again? I know. I'm a rebel.
Dangerous, man.
That this patch, it doesn't have a whole lot of like flashy stuff for players, but I think a lot of the behind the scenes mechanic stuff that they're trying to integrate is causing some serious problems, and I think it's going to be, it may still yet be a while before we actually see some smoothness, because the systems that they're trying to integrate are having it reaches so far into the system, as we discussed last week. Little simple things that nobody's thinking about at face value have these deep fingers, and deep fingers mean big problems.
Oh my.
Can I get a massage? So in short, the TLDR is, I think if we haven't gotten it by now, I think this patch is going to be in PTU for quite a while.
Which is a good thing. It should.
Yeah, I want functionality over we got to get this out. Like we've gone down that road previously, and we saw what what the results were, and I don't want to live that life.
Agreed.
Nope. What could possibly go wrong?
3.0 again.
I mean, just look at us.
That too.
What do you mean, you people?
You humans. Sorry, am I not being PC enough?
No, humans is not PC because it has man in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think you mean
my bad.
People. Jeez.
You people.
What do you mean, you people?
Oh, it's you people. No, Hugh.
Choo choo.
Well, we do have the we got last week the Squadron42 monthly studio report, and they talk a lot about AI as they normally do.
Nice.
Honestly, the way they're talking about AI in the last two studio reports is pretty impressive. They talk about the Vanduul AI here as well. They also talked about how they made the station bigger. Remember that the vertical slice that we saw back in 2017, where we had the station that was mining?
Vaguely.
Okay, they made it bigger. You're gonna need a tram to get around. There had stuff like NPCs pushing trolleys and movable entities. A lot of the stuff is shared with the PU monthly studio report we covered last week, but this week the Squadron stuff. So they talk about the Vanduul combat behaviors, as well as like character behaviors and cinematics. They added more interactable environments and cinematics in the anger sequence from the vertical slice.
My 2 cents is that I kind of don't. This is just for Squadron 42. The way that CIG is being in the past has been so secretive with it. I'm kind of at that point where I'm like, if this is how you guys are going to be, then go all in. Like, I don't want to hear anything about it. Like, I actually would prefer not to hear monthly reports about specifics. I would just rather have a monthly report that says, we completed 7 things. Don't even tell me what they are. Just, let me know that progress is being made or not being made. As in, oh, we encountered setbacks. We're having we're having to add more teams to this one problem. Blah blah blah. And because to me, the way that they're kind of like trickling out the smallest things is like,
yeah,
the information they're providing isn't worth the time and the effort that they're putting into putting it out. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I agree.
No, I agree. And the problem is if you do end up getting that information that is worth putting out, it's probably going to be spoiler information that you don't want to know for a story-driven game.
Well, here's one thing. Like, I get that they don't want to spoil, and Chris wants to be able to rip the do the magician's thing on stage and rip the black cloth off the tabletop and ta-da, Squadron 42, here it is. Like, I get that aspect of showmanship that he wants, Chris Roberts wants. But at the same time, if you guys are going to show us stuff, there's nothing wrong with showing us features, not cinematics, not plot line, not storyline, just features. As in, hey, look, here's a guy reloading a gun, and and let's back this up, 15 seconds, and he's an AI. You can't tell because his movements are so, we got his movements down so smooth, and look how he, navigates around this corridor, and you couldn't tell that he was an NPC. Like, that's fine. What are you giving away in the storyline that you showed me an interior corridor and an NPC moving down it reloading a gun? Like, that's not giving away story to me.
No.
But yet they're being so secretive that they don't even show that. That I'm kind of at that point where I'm like,
no,
just don't even bother.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's like if you're going to show us that, and it's like there's no need to keep so much of this stuff under wraps. I mean, show us stuff like bug fixtures. Hey, here's this one specific corridor that wasn't working well when we were doing a thing. You don't need to give us specifics, but give us something, and we aren't getting anything.
Or how about just show us the stuff we've already seen, but now that they show off the progress you've made with the stuff you've already shown, right? Like that vertical slice we saw in 2017. Show us that same thing, but as it is now, like the progress you've made, right?
Yeah, that would be great. Like, hey, look, we showed you this a long time ago. Here's the steps that we've, moved forward.
Like, look at it now. Look how much better it is.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Because especially since now it gives us a literal, side-by-side comparison that you can take the old footage with new footage and literally compare the same exact thing, but with X amount of years difference between them and how progress they've made.
So here's a thought that I had recently, and I'm going to share this. Not my intent isn't to get people riled up, but just kind of maybe step back and think of it as this is just a different view, which is I've in the past you've heard a lot of people complaining about Squadron 42, and there's seems to be like these two camps. There's those that signed up for Squadron 42 and those who could care less and signed up for the multiplayer big universe game. And I hear arguments about oh, when you originally signed up and you bought your package, you knew what you were signing up for. And I had the thought, if that was the case, why were you buying a package for Star Citizen and then you could add Squadron 42 for $15 back then? Like, it wasn't you were buying a Squadron 42 package and you could add Star Citizen. That's not how it was marketed. Like, when you clicked on the page and you clicked on the package that you wanted, you're clicking on a package for Star Citizen, not for Squadron 42.
Yep.
And so I think that a lot of people out there who try and use that argument of, you knew what you were signing up for. Well, that's not what CIG was marketing. They were marketing Star Citizen. So when people complain and say, "Hey, I don't,"
to some degree, yes. To some degree, no. They've kind of waffled around on what the
what did your
main
package get you?
game. Well, like
What did
I
your
bought in
base
back in
package get?
2015, and I got both.
Okay.
And the original packs up to about like 2016 by default included both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. They were seen as a package deal, and only really after they were like, "Hey, this whole Squadron 42 thing is getting big enough that we're gonna go and make that kind of its own thing here." But prior to that time, and like I said, it was like 2016-ish. Maybe even 2017.
At the time, it was also a $60
but prior
combo
to
package.
this,
2015, because when I signed up, it was an add-on package. It was an option. It didn't come included, and I want to say that was like
I know when I
2014,
came in,
2015.
like it was like December 2015. It was a package deal. That was when it was still 45 too. But there was talk back and forth. But at least when I got into it, the word I was hearing and getting from CIG and the community here was that Squadron 42, as we know it, was not yet a thing, and they were talking about, yeah, we're gonna go and have a campaign in the world, and it's gonna be kind of like an intro to get you into the idea of what this world is, give you some lore dumps, get you understanding the controls and everything else, and then we kind of dump you out. You served in the military, now you're done with your service, and now your character is whoever you want them to be. That was how it was kind of talked about when I got in, and then it evolved into this. And then it's going to be standalone. It's going to be its own self-contained story here. There's still some talk I'm hearing that like you might be able to, some way in some fashion, take your character from Squadron 42 into the PU, or like have, they've talked about, no, we won't have you import the character, but you'll get some benefits from there, but they don't know what. So there's still some of that mentality there, but it's evolved into its own thing, which I'm like, hey, that's great. I just, I'm getting more for my money. Yes.
You're reinforcing what I'm saying though, which is essentially Squadron 42 has always been a side thing, as in,
yes, compared to the PU, at least originally, as it was. Yes.
And that's what I'm saying is, like, I see the people on the Squadron 42 side saying, well, no, the game that was originally marketed was Squadron 42, and the PU is an add-on, and that's where I'm saying, that's where I'm calling bullshit.
They are wrong in that, at least from the information I have heard since I was in 2015, the PU was always kind of that end goal. It wasn't like, oh yeah, and we'll kind of throw in multiplayer. It wasn't Squadron 42 was going to have multiplayer, and that allowed in the PU. It was the PU was going to have a bit of a story-driven introduction, and that evolved into Squadron 42 as we know it now.
That's how I heard it as well.
And I mean, and like I said, I'm all for it, but the PU,
I'm not against
I do get rankled at how many resources seem to get thrown at Squadron 42 versus the PU, when the PU is really what's driving the money machine right now. And it's kind of like,
it's going to be the long-term moneymaker too.
Yes.
Like,
yes. And just
I'm with you on
I'm not
that.
saying we should even like flip where they're at now in terms of resources. Just, can we get just a little bit more here? Getting a little bit more of that content flowing.
Yeah, but I didn't bring, like I said, I didn't bring this up to like create a shitstorm or try and sway people to one side or the other. It was just, I kind of had this thought. It was like, wait a minute, no, everything's been, your package was for the PU, and Squadron 42 was like an add-on thing if you wanted to. At least at the time that I joined up, that's how it was.
Yep.
Like it was $45 to get my ship and my access to the PU. Oh, hey, do you want to spend $15 and get Squadron42 added to that package? Here's an option. Like that was, at that time I was like, yeah, for $15, sure, why not? Like it was that was the amount of extent of interest I had in 42 was $15 for a side quest.
For some
Sure,
side
why not?
content? Yeah, sure.
Exactly. That's how I saw it too. Essentially, it was Star Citizen, and then it was Squadron 42. And when I got it, I was like, oh, I can get 2 games. I looked at it as I'm getting 2 games for the price of 1 because I did my research beforehand, so I knew there were 2 games essentially. But I'm like, cool, 2 games for the price of 1. What? That's great. Sold.
Yeah.
And I did my research. I knew what I was getting into, and I knew both games were, going to be what we're getting so far. So.
I'm in agreement with Cam that I kind of would like to see the resource management. And when I say resources, I mean the personnel and manning resources maybe not tipped so much towards Squadron 42. It does seem like the PU has kind of become a bastard child backseat to 42.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, I can understand it too as we're moving closer and closer to a purported release of it. But at this point, my mentality is moving more toward once Squadron 42 is out, can we go and get 1 or 2 quarters to where all hands are on deck for the PU to go and polish stuff up, get more content made for it, and just kind of get some of that quality of life stuff out for it. Like I'm hoping by then we'll have like updated map, star map and all that kind of shit. But it's just like it does feel like the PU has become the bastard stepchild of the 2 games here, and it's kind of like it feels not abandoned, but an afterthought at times.
Yeah, I'm with you that I would also like to see, like, once Squadron 42 came out, I'd like to see the PU kind of take some precedence for, even if it's for a short period of time. Yeah. However, I don't think that's going to happen just because supposedly, Squadron 42, this is only episode 1, and there's planned for at least 3 more, or at least 2 more episodes after that. So I kind of have a feeling that we will actually just see, okay, we got this product out the door. Now we're sending the team back into the mines because they need to work on, episode 2. And the PU kind of sits there and goes, guys.
And I mean, and it's possible to what some people have said to where, once server meshing is in and that releases a lot of the bottleneck on the servers, and we've got at least like static server meshing, the content will flow. And it's like maybe just I'm not buying it. I've seen too many supposed Jesus texts that after this is done, the content will flow, and it's like the PU is going to be the long-term sustainability of the game. I want to see more going into it because at this rate, I'm not expecting to go and see actual like customizable armors for another like 6 years. I'm not expecting to see a full release candidate for the PU for another 20. It's
you
like, come
optimist,
on, guys.
you.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't have high hopes just based off of, like you were saying, their past track record and how they seem to be focusing, to me, indicates that.
And one thing to note, we could be seeing this wrong in that we don't have the behind the scenes look. There could be a whole lot more going into the PU besides just like working on server meshing or that other tech. There might be all this other shit going on, and just because it's not ready, because they're like, hey, we don't really want to show this off until we can really show it off. And
I think that is happening. I think that is happening. I think it's just it's again, it's that same thing where we as the backers from the outside, with our noses pressed against the glass, we're not seeing it. So therefore, it's it's that
doesn't
perception
exist.
issue. Yeah, if we perceive that it's not happening, then it's not happening, and we start ranting about it. And all it would take is them saying, "Guys, here's what we're doing," but
No,
they're not going to do
we're
that.
2 steps ahead of you guys. Yeah, no, exactly. But that goes back to the whole thing of we aren't really seeing
Yep.
the information flow, especially like we used to, and to some degrees that's understandable. But at the same point too, it's like it shouldn't need to be this way to where you've got all this secrecy, because it's like, sure, we aren't going to go and show off entire story missions, sure, understandable, but show us what's happening in terms of new vehicle mechanics. You can
Yep.
show that with like a current vehicle that's hey, here's what we're doing with utility mounts. When was the last time we fucking heard about any of those?
Like
Yeah.
2 years.
Or things like, okay.
No, just talking about the ships. Just like, hey, don't tell me what you're actually doing, but just say, hey guys, for the next year, here's the ships that we plan on working on. And that's it. That's all they need to say. Not even what they're going to do to that ship, but just like right now we've selected, ship X, ship Y, ship Z as our projects for this year. That's all I need to know. Instead of this kind of like, because if you look at the roadmap, it's like every ship is being worked on, but then there's 7 secret ships that nobody knows. Like it's almost seems like the roadmap is designed to obfuscate that what's actually happening.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'll
to
stop
some
ranting.
degrees.
No, you're
I
right.
agree with you here.
I think we're all in agreement about that, and it's frustrating too, because like you're going to the roadmap to follow the progress, but you don't know what you're following. I understand that in some cases, they don't want to ruin the surprise, but in other times, I don't know. It's just
Or even I'm okay with them lying in the sense that you want to keep a ship a surprise. Then like I said, don't just tell me that you're working on it. Don't tell me what status it's in, and then I know, hey, you're working on that ship, right? And then all of a sudden, 3 months later, you go, ta-da! Here's the ship, and I'm like, oh, cool. That it's a surprise. Right. I knew you were working on it, but I didn't know how far along you were.
Exactly. Whereas
you got your surprise, and I got my info.
Last week we covered in the studio report that they mentioned an unannounced ship that's in, I think, final art phase, or something like that. And it's
they've been mentioning. Yeah. They've been mentioning a undefined ship for like months now.
Right, but that's the thing. It's like we know that there's a ship. And there's no surprise. Like, okay, we know how far along it is. We know, whereas if they just say, "Hey, here's a new ship," like when the Pisces came out.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Pisces, cool. No one knew this ship existed, and now we have it. Now it's great.
Yeah. But anywho, didn't mean to get us off our thought line. It's just something that kind of occurred to me. It's like, Squadron42, just the information isn't really interesting of interest to me of late, just because it seems like there's so little actual good information that they're sharing.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Agreed. Like, it's all like, for instance, the Squadron42 information really has just been AI and cinematics for the last, in terms of the studio reports for the last year.
Yeah, or longer.
And that's not a bad thing. It's great that okay, we're getting information on what it is, but at the same time, it's I agree with you. Like, instead of putting effort into essentially getting, okay, what are they up to, right? Just let them ham this out, right? Like, hammer it out and get it done with.
Yeah. Well, I think this serves as a really good example of kind of like the lack of information that's been provided to us. Yet the fact that, Chris Roberts and, we don't know who else other than Disco Lando have all decided to suddenly move over to England and, get involved in this upgrade to the studio. Like,
The
Well,
campus
that's
style
makes me
what's
studio.
going
go,
on.
yeah, what's going on? What is the big problem that needs this direct supervision? You know, and the only reason I'm thinking this is because of a lack of information. Like
Right.
that to me is the problem.
Like there
Like if
could
they
be
were
no
to actually
problem,
just
but we don't know.
right, but we don't know. And so therefore what do we go to? We automatically go to what's wrong, what's the problem. Like, and that's purely just because of that information gap. So, but anyways, that's my stance on 42.
How do you really feel
You're not
about
allowed
it?
to have one of those.
You're right. I will get rid of it. Good talking with you guys. No.
There's one thing that really interests me though regarding the UI. UI designers and artists worked alongside the system designers on pre-production of a variety of screens, including layouts.
Yay. Do you? Well, to me, I I understand what you're asking, or well, I think I understand what you're asking, and from the player perspective, yes, it makes sense. Like it would be cool to have different types of HUDs depending on the type of helmet that I'm wearing. But then I take a step back from that and I look at that from a developer perspective, and to me, that's a lot of work for a little quality of life issue. Now, what what I think would work though is something that we kind of discussed offline, which is have a user interface screen that you can set up your HUD how you want it to look. So in other
Arma
words,
style.
for those who are familiar with Arma, there's a screen that you can go to where you can decide, hey, when I'm looking out at the world, the information that's provided around the screen, such as my crosshairs and like what type of weapon I have, how much ammo it has, what my body stance is, things like that. Like I can actually move those graphical displays around the screen where I want them for my own user preference. And
Whoa,
to
whoa,
me,
whoa,
that
whoa,
would
whoa.
actually
No,
solve
no. You don't get any of
solve
this.
the problem of what Mando wants, which is unique types of HUDs for different helmets. And also you look at it from the developer's perspective, like that enables you to change out certain pieces of the HUD on the fly between patches. So like you come up with a better graphical interface for, what the weapon is showing as
Oh, I'm talking
attachments.
end game,
You
not
can just
not.
plug out, you can just switch out that one small, unit of the graphic and not have to fuck with all the other HUD display
Well, I'm
items
talking
in there.
about end game, not like literally like when we're talking like in the theoretical release, not for patches, because obviously, yeah, that's going to be a pain in the ass. Like, oh, here's the HUD. Oh, now we have to redo the HUD all over again
Well,
because of new systems. No, that's...
okay, wrong wording there, but like what I'm saying is like 5 years from now, the game's out and the PU is out and it's persistent, it's the full release, but some graphic designer comes up with a better way to display your weapon items attached to your weapon. He just has to tweak that one little piece, not the whole HUD, is what I'm getting at.
Gotcha.
So it gives you both. Like I said, it allows the user to place those graphical displays where he wants around the perimeter of his screen. So that I want my compass on the top, or no, I don't like that. I want my compass on the bottom. Like that lets you do that. and it lets that developer have just one system that's plug and play for all the different elements. That's just my take on it.
No, I think it'd be great, and it depends on the UI for it as well. And honestly, I don't want them to straight up copy Arma. Arma is a very different game.
Yeah, but take
put their own
ideas
spin
of
on it,
that,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think UI is after getting meshing, like server matching and
Oh yeah, it's not
the
a priority
quanta
right now.
all working together. I think the UI is like the next really big deal, just because it's gotten to the point where, like, okay, we're going to start having systems in place that allow that quick, interactive, multiplayer experience, but yet your HUD is providing just the absolute crappiest experience, or not even your HUD, but just like your inventory graphics, like to the point where people are like, I don't want to play the game because it's just like what I'm
Because the
dealing
UI
with
is such a pain.
with the graphical interface is not worth the play.
Yeah, and here's hoping
Sorry,
that they can. No, I was
ahead.
cutting you off. My bad. But yeah, you're right, and hopefully get to see UI improvement. Obviously, like the star map is something that's desperately in need of improvement.
Yeah,
I'd say the HUDs need to be a bit more uniform, because that's the problem with the HUDs right now. Is that first off, the HUDs don't always function. By that I mean, you're in an area in the game where there's no oxygen, right? It's not a breathable atmosphere. Normally, or it used to be that your oxygen tank meter would show up on the HUD because, hey, you're going to start running out of oxygen if you remain in the environment without refilling. That doesn't do it. That doesn't happen.
Warns me that that I'm in a life support situation.
That would be nice to have some kind of heads-up display warning that, hey, you're no longer in an environment where you don't have to worry about oxygen.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you're in the cave and all of a sudden like you're there for like 30 minutes mining or something, or you're there for like 45 minutes mining and doing mining missions. Then all of a sudden, like you're messing with your inventory while you're doing this, and you notice then when you're messing with your inventory 5 minutes into the cave that you're at like 25% oxygen. That's not good.
You almost sound like you're describing like a dive computer in current real day that tells you, like, sends audible and visual alarms to you that, hey, you're at this depth. You need this much oxygen to get to the surface, and you've reached that limit. Like, have that in a spacesuit? I know it sounds crazy, but
it's insane. I feel dumb for just thinking the idea.
Yeah.
It would be nice, especially since I think that's a glitch right now that it doesn't show. But even when it does, like, the HUD displays are not, like, they're fine, they're functional, but that's the thing, they're functional, right? They could be so much better, and they can look better where it's easier to see what you're looking at, right? That's important when you're talking about display screens and displaying relative and important information.
Yeah, the HUD has been such a problem for so long that it, like, for me, when I do play, it's habit that just every so many minutes I actually stop what I'm doing and go look in my Mobiglass at what my HUD readings are supposed to be showing me to make sure that, I'm within my safe levels.
Right.
Like, that's how long it's been a problem, that it's now an ingrained habit in my gameplay.
Where it should display these things automatically. Like, I'm in a cave where, on Daymar, where there's no habitable environment whatsoever. Like, the second I step out of my ship, bam, oxygen meter starts pop on the heads-up display, showing you, just as like the estimated survival time shows up and all that stuff. All the relative information you need at the moment shows up on your display, so okay, my oxygen tank is showing up. That means I'm in a non-habitable environment. The timer display is showing up saying,
HUD warning. Realistically, there should be a HUD warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a zero atmosphere environment. Warning.
Yeah, just something that'll be like, beep beep beep.
And I want to say, like, it should be adaptive in that.
Oxygen.
Yeah, and I say adaptive because this way it's like, okay, this way it's not showing when you're, say, on a station where don't really have to worry about oxygen unless say you're on your ship and someone kills power or whatever it is, life support goes out. Normally, when you're on your ship, that oxygen meter wouldn't display, but because life support's cut, now it'll display saying warning. Just telling you that hey, your surrounding environment has been compromised.
I just had an idea. So now that we're dealing with outer space and we're dealing with environments that are potentially, like you just described, like you're in your ship and somebody has decompressed part of your ship. What kind of tool or what way of inventory item or mechanic are they going to have that you should be able to go up to a door and check what's on the other side of that to get an idea of what you're dealing with? Am I making sense?
So essentially,
like, shouldn't you have some kind of a tool or some type of device that you can carry around that maybe like somehow does a sampling of the atmosphere on the other side, just to tell you like there's no atmosphere, behind this door, or there's unknown chemical agents in the room, like not in the room as in like there's a barrel over there, but just like the air contains
right, like the air is contaminated with something or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just curious how they're going to do that.
I assume if you're on your ship, if you're going to be on your ship, then yeah, your ship sensors are going to tell you that.
Okay, so let's say you're on an abandoned space station, and you come up to a door.
I would say your mobiGlas or HUD or both should be. I'm just spitballing here, but those should be the ones telling you that information, I would think.
But okay, so how are like gameplay mechanic wise? How do you get that information, I guess, is what I'm interested in. Because, I mean, yeah, you can absolutely hand wavium that just, the system knows and it checks, it integrates with the on-station computer and tells you blah, blah. But to me, that's a little too hand wavium. To me, I would want like a device that maybe, if you're absolutely in doubt, maybe it drills a small hole in the door. But once you use that item, because it drilled that hole, you can't remove that item unless you're willing to, sacrifice, let's say you put that item on, it drills a little hole and it pushes its little sensor in there and it goes, this is a vacuum in here. Well, at this point, if you remove that item, you now have a hole in that door, and guess what happens to your air volume on this side of the door? Like it starts escaping, kind of thing. So maybe that sensor is, you leave it in place and now you don't have that sensor and you need, that's why you need to carry 5 of them around or something like that. That's what I started thinking about.
Or something, just because my problem too is if you did have something like that, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but it's like, oh hey, I'm a bad guy. I've disabled a ship. I want to kill everyone on board it. Voop. Okay, I poked a hole in the ship through the door here. Now all I have to do is wait. I know none of them have suits somehow, and now I just wait for them to suffocate, and I don't get a crime stat.
Or assuming none of them
have
suits.
They'll make it, but they suffocated. It wasn't my fault. I wouldn't want to see something that could so easily go and knock out a ship like that. And that's why I'm thinking maybe it would be something that doors, at least ones that could reasonably be expected to encounter different environment states. So like we're talking about pretty much any door on a ship. Doors on airlocks of different facilities. So like the exterior doors of Microtech. These would give you environmental readings, and you'd be able to, like on the screen, if you wanted to go and take the time to sit there and punch through the menus, you could get, hey, on the other, because it's one door. It wouldn't be that much to go and have some little sensor on either side to give you basics of temperature, maybe some gas readings, whether or not it has oxygen, shit like that.
Yeah, I'd be down with that, and that makes sense because you think about it from just like from a safety and manufacturer's perspective. Anyone who's building any kind of space-related door would probably want to build that into the system just for safety purposes in general. So it would make sense that it's a common thing that every pressure door, that's like you're saying, that's meant to be a airlock door to a hazardous environment, whether that's 0G or caustic, planet side, has this sensor built into it. Yeah, I'd be down with that.
And also too, you could have for various situations, because like one of the things they showed during the vertical slice was like, oh hey, here's a regular door, but it's not powered. Okay, well here's this manual override to go and get it open. You had to like pull out this handle, and like it was like a hydraulic thing or something. So maybe if the door is unpowered or damaged or something like that, hey, instead of these nice fancy readings, you just have a very basic chemical reaction thing that's just going to tell you, is there enough oxygen to breathe for a normal human? They have some kind of algae or some bullshit on the door, some just basic chemical attention. It either is just a yes or no, and that's all you get before opening up that door.
Or maybe that device that we've seen that slowly spreads the door apart, maybe it has a small battery component that allows you to charge that door that is, in an off state. Like, the device has just enough power to get those readings. Yeah, to get that.
No, I like that.
Yeah.
And I like this kind of idea, and it does seem to be kind of what they're going for, and I hope they do, of this kind of, it's a realistic world, but we're, again, players being agents of chaos, pretty much. Like, we got to interact with it in different ways. And so it's like, okay, yeah, I want to go and breach this door, but it'd be a good idea to know what the fuck's on the other side of it too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a giant, you're in the ore refinery part of the station, and it turns out that behind that door is a pool of lava that's just waiting for the door to open.
Surprise!
Right, that's maybe you don't want to breach that door.
Yeah.
Just maybe.
Hey, look, my floor sensor is just going off the charts on this doorway. I probably shouldn't open it. Oh wait, we don't have FLIR. Never mind.
Details.
Yeah.
No, but stuff.
But yeah, that was something that popped into my head. Sorry, go.
No, I know it's worth. I hope that they do what Cam said, because that was the idea.
Yeah, I agree that having the doors powered gives you the readings. That's a good general step. And then if it's dilapidated, shut down, just abandoned, then maybe your little door opening device has the power to get that minimal reading, so at least have an idea what you're getting into.
Also,
totally
you
makes
say
sense.
that, but one of the things in the Squadron42 the AI updates were how AI are now going to be able to go up to like inspect a damaged pipe and see if they can fix it, stuff like that. Essentially making AI function. And again, their whole goal is to have AI and players blur, right?
Yeah.
This way, AI can do everything a player can do, so this way it's easier to blend in. Especially when AI are going to be, what was it? It was 1 to 9, right? 9 NPCs for every one player.
1 to 9.
But so, let's be realistic.
9 to 1, sorry.
We're talking about players.
I know.
So if you ever see anybody repairing anything in the game, you're going to know that that's not a player, because why would a player repair anything? We're there to break things.
Especially when at the point that we'll be able to do that, you can probably hire, at least at that scale, where there's going to be NPCs and players, right?
Yeah.
We're probably going to have NPCs that we can hire to repair shit, so...
Yeah. No, I'm picturing in my mind just like, you're walking around the station and you see that let's call it that NPC. You don't know if it's a player or not, because let's say they've gotten it to that level. But you're just walking through the station and you see this NPC walk down the hallway, stop, look at a pipe, and then bend down and start working on it. I guarantee you 99% of the player populace is going to know that is not a player, because why would a player do that? Like, that's...
At the same time, it provides the perfect cover.
Shit.
The perfect disguise.
I'm not against it. Like, I'm all for them working out, getting the AI to do that. Like, that's great for the mechanics. I'm just saying, us as players, we're always going to know that one character that just walked over and started repairing something just totally randomly is definitely not a player, because players don't do that.
Well, on one hand, though, and one thing to note, with how we're playing the game right now, absolutely. Players don't go and repair things. But
Yeah.
if you were to go and make it to where your armor, your weapons, your ships are 100 times rarer to acquire than they are now, you're going to
Or
go and
just
hoard
can't be.
everything.
Well, not only that, but just like maybe you can't wear it around in the station, so then you look like everybody else. But also
Yeah,
the other option would be to offer jobs to players to do things like that, like go
yeah.
around the station and fix pipes. Like just it, maybe that's like the baseline bottom level money making missions for when players just start out is like, hey, we need window washers. Here's we'll give you 50 credits for every window you wash. Like that would be a way to get players doing NPC jobs to the point where players no longer are absolutely sure that that's a player or an NPC. So that's an option. I'd like to see that. You're standing in a hallway with standing next to a conduit and you're engrossed in your Moby glass checking your trade economy stuff, and all of a sudden some NPC, what you think is an NPC, comes up and is like, hey, get out of my way, man, I need to fix that pipe, move. You're like, what what's going on?
And then you pull out some like giant fucking bullshit endgame weapon and kick their ass with that. Like, yeah, I need to get to that pipe.
But yeah,
but why?
yeah, I look forward to the NPCs get them getting the AI to the point where it's hard to know. I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, good fucking luck though. Like realistically.
Also,
Good
one of
fucking
the missions I believe that Chris Roberts said, or CAG in general has talked about around Crusader specifically, was repair missions around Orison, like fixing, like engineer gameplay where you have to fix maintenance areas so this way you can keep the city afloat.
Well, yeah, that was something that they had talked about a long time ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I want to say this was like 2016, 2017.
No, they talked
timeframe.
about this more
But
recently too.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they, even as far back as then, they were talking about having AI go out and do station repairs. So in other words, when you do have that fight, in the hallway and you break windows, like the AI is going to respond to that in the sense
Yep.
of, hey, there's broken windows. And if you wait around long enough, you'll probably see an AI janitor, come sweep up the broken glass, and then maybe the same AI or maybe different AI come in with a new plate of glass and install it in place. Like they've been
only
thinking
for you to
about
break
that.
it again like an asshole.
Yeah.
I like this. Until recently, all red shirt NPCs generated characters with randomized faces and bodies shared the same walk locomotion stations. In March, the team implemented 25 different walk cycles, which led to this improvement as approximately 70% of the game's population now walk and run with varying styles and speed.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get that for players so that people can customize what style of walking stuff. Because, hey, it's your character, right? You want this character to act the way you want it, right?
Well, not just that, but it's a subconscious thing that we normal humans usually don't think about, but our subconscious brains, we definitely clock people's body movement, is specifically how they walk and how they run.
Yep.
And if you really know somebody well, you subconsciously know how they walk, and if they don't walk that way, you
can tell something's wrong.
immediately recognize there's a problem, like something's different. But it's on a subconscious level. So I think this is one of it seems like a really simple thing where I've even heard some other content reviewers comment on that, and they're like, who cares about this, walk styles?
And this is why I like Star Citizen, because the level of detail and care they're putting into it.
Yeah.
Sometimes trivial, but you can't argue with the results at times. Like, have you guys been to...
If all the AI walk the same, then you're like, oh,
you're going to notice it, and especially when you want the AI to be near indistinguishable from players, you're going to notice what everyone has the same walking cycle.
Yeah.
But like for instance,
Absolutely.
I don't know if you've been to Orison in the last patch or two, but
Nope.
when they added the window texture. Remember we talked about it when they announced it in 9D. That window texture where it looks like actual buildings have like interiors when they're lit up and they change during the day and night. Yeah, seeing that in game is really incredible. So as trivial as that little thing seems, it adds a lot.
It makes the world feel real. And I mean, one thing too that a lot of people don't understand, I've seen people argue this in like the space engineers Discord and stuff like that, to where like, oh, this is how the oxygen system works. And it's like, no, and it doesn't work like that at all. You think it works that way because they've made you think that it works. It really doesn't work at all like that. Everything else is, there's some really basic game logic here, and then it just makes you think that it's this whole huge system, and it's not. That's the game making you believe its own lies, that this is a real world, and it's it's actually pressurizing this room with oxygen, and it's not. It's just checking if like there's XYZ cubes around here, and if so, great. If not, it's not pressurized.
Yeah, Space Engineers is a little weird that way too, because like you can have a pressurized room even though it's not actually pressurized.
Oh, it can get fucking stupid at times. Like there's literally if you have like some of the slope blocks, like someone was showing off a screenshot the other day where a person had a room that was fully airtight, and yet you could walk into it without anything actually blocking your way because the sloped blocks were full pressurized, and yet physically they aren't taking up that space. The game goes, well, airtightness, full block, okay, airtight. It doesn't care what's actually physically boundary there.
The physics is only as deep as they model it.
Yeah. CAG will be like, oh, sorry, this one screw on your cockpit window wasn't tightened down enough, and it created a bit of a leak.
I'm all for that.
I shouldn't give them ideas.
I say give them ideas.
I will say, one thing I did really like about Elite Dangerous way back when I did play it was, and bear in mind this was back in like 2014.
15, yeah.
But one thing they had was that when you're zooming around and flying and doing your shit, it would go and you have the sound effects, your engines thrumming, your weapons pew-pewing, all that kind of shit. But then if your ship got damaged to the point your cockpit is shattered, and that could happen. You're still alive, but the cockpit itself has been breached. You're now exposed to vacuum. You're in a pressure suit, so you yourself are okay. But the atmosphere in the cockpit has been breached, and all the sounds cut out. Because it essentially is their explanation is everything is all the sounds and shit that are playing, or at least some of them are the ship making the sound. In that it's speakers playing the sound, so you have a feedback of what's going on here. And then once the cockpit gets breached, there's no atmosphere to actually let those sounds go out, and so you don't hear them anymore.
Yeah, there's no air to vibrate, the sound to vibrate through.
Yep. So I thought that was just a really,
and especially since all the sounds are simulated via your cockpit.
Yeah. So and I am hoping and probably assuming we'll get some sort of audio change once we are in zero, or I should say non-atmospheric conditions.
I hope so.
But non-atmospheric conditions.
And it would be interesting to see how things change, because Star Citizen has like nebulous gas clouds and that type of phenomenon, space phenomenon. So it'll be curious to see how things change depending on the environment.
Hey, who turned out all the lights?
Complete zero G, complete space, dead space, to gas clouds, to atmosphere, to the various atmospheric conditions. And I mean, we already got a little bit of that with the flight model and everything. What was that?
I said, to the demons in our shadows.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that kind of realistic modeling of of vacuum. Like,
Be-
I think that should. I think the risk of when you're in a situation, let's say you have a fire on board, like I think an option, although risky, should be like, do I want to vent my oxygen
Oh, it is.
into the into outer space to put that fire out? Like if it's the right
Yep.
kind of fire and it requires oxygen, i.e. it's not a plasma fire, then that should be an option. But it again, it's that risk reward thing where I have to make that decision. Like, is the risk worth putting that fire out that I lose, all my O2? Does that mean that I have enough O2 to make it back to, the nearest station or something to replenish? Like, that should all be part of the decision-making process.
Or if my life support damaged or in a state that it can make more O2
well,
that
your
I can
life
make
support
journey?
should go and repressurize it. It's going to repressurize it very slowly, comparatively speaking.
Right, or
depending
maybe
on the size of the room,
to the same to the same atmospheric level. Maybe I can only get half pressurized, but it's pressurized.
Or
those
for
are all
example,
options.
if let's say you're in a constellation, or let's say like a Mercury star runner. Okay, we've taken some really bad hits. We had some fires here over in crew quarters. We vented the whole ship here, except for the cockpit because you didn't need to vent that. But now only the cockpit is pressurized here, and we're leaving it that way. We're leaving everything else unpressurized until we get back to the station. And then if you want to leave the cockpit, you're slowly losing some of that atmosphere. And then, maybe you have it to where, hey, life support is set only pipe to the cockpit here. Everything else, just leave it as is.
Yeah. And we only have enough
that should be a thing.
We can open that door 3 times, and after that we can't repressurize because we're out. Like,
well, I mean, I think as far as I understand,
they've said that like your life support system will regenerate more.
Yeah, it's not going to be just an X amount and then you're out.
No, I'm not trying to say that it should be. I'm just saying that should be things to think of. Is like maybe my oxygen generator is damaged, so I can't generate as much, or it's running out, or like that's what I'm getting at. Like in that scenario that you're talking about is like, let's say the oxygen is damaged. Yes, I was able to keep the cockpit pressurized, but I'm only going to be able to open that door 3 times, and then by then, I don't
now we have
O2.
to wait for the whole thing for the O2 to completely replenish, and that's going to take an hour.
If it's not damaged, that's what I'm getting at. Like that should be another. That thing's damaged, so if I open that door, I got nothing to replace it with. So
it would be cool.
You guys in the load bay are stuck in your suits with the O2 that you got until the pilot can make it home. Like that's just different options on damage states. That's all.
One thing that would be interesting too, and they've talked way in the past, they've talked about being able to have equipment like in a cargo grid to where it's like, hey, you could put a prisoner pod to hold a bounty in your cargo grid of your ship, but it's not bespoke. So it's going to go and have like a higher power draw than something dedicated. It's not going to be as good as a dedicated piece of equipment here. So one thing I was thinking of with that discussion was it would be interesting if you could go and put in your ship's cargo grid. So, let's say you've got a Mercury Star Runner and you're like, hey, shit's been going wonky here. And, I've been losing hull integrity. I'm going to go and install in the cargo grid here, and box or whatever. I'm going to go and have essentially a bolt-on aftermarket life support module that's just going to sit here. Now I have to fill it with whatever resources it needs. I have to hook up power to it. I have to fill it with algae fluid number 28. Whatever other consumables it would need. But hey, my actual life support module that's attached to the ship has gone out. But because I've got this other one here, it's taking up cargo space, it's taking up additional power that the bespoke one doesn't use as much of, but I've got oxygen.
I'd be
Like,
down
I
with
would
that.
like to see stuff like that, at least to a certain degree. Like, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It'd be a bit ridiculous to see, like, I've got a Cutlass Black and I've got 48 oxygen modules, and like, it'd be like, yeah. There should be something that would limit that, I would think. But maybe, hey, if you want to run with that and accept the power draw that all of those would have, and maybe that would be the balance of it is, well, the power
That's what
draw
I
is
was thinking.
exponentially larger, some shit.
Yeah, like your system can only power 3 of those systems at any one given time, and if
Yeah.
you were to power all 3, guess what? Like, you got almost no power to anything else. Like,
Yep,
you're
you start losing
maxing
power to
out.
weapons or engines or something.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah, I'd
no,
be
I
down
think
with
that'd be
that.
cool.
I really want to see. I want to see cargo grids be really versatile in
Yes.
that sense of what you were talking about, which is I want to see us being able to put pallets down that just do all kinds of different things, as long as they have those limitations like you were talking about, power draws or volume, the actual volume space they take up, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it would be a really neat functionality
Yeah.
because it
Yep.
just gives you so many options for again, going back to this mentality of planning. You are planning for these dangerous environments.
Yeah.
And if you go and think to plan ahead, and if you run into those environments, you're good.
Well, also the other really big thing that I'm a proponent of is you think about what it lets you do with your ship, and that really lets you start customizing your ship to your needs, and that's where your ship really starts to take on value to you as the user, in the sense of, CIG wants us to care about our ships instead of just going, oh, that one's got a scratch on it, I'll just get it replaced. No, if you've totally tricked out your ship and it's got all these customized cargo platforms in the back that let you do these specialized things, that's going to drive you to make those decisions a lot more. Of, like, you pull up at it, you come out of quantum jump, and boom, there's a bunch of pirates around who are going, haha, let us on board, give us some of your treasure, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
That's having all those customizations is going to be where you really think about, do I just blow this thing up or do I make a run for it? Like, so that's another reason I'm all for these different variation capabilities, is because it makes your ship your home. It makes you care
Yeah.
about your ship that much more.
Yep.
Yeah. And we do need more of that.
Like, to me, I one of the reasons I really like the Star Runner is not because of like what its special roles are supposed to be. I just like it because the size and capacity of that ship, if we get to do the customizing that we're talking about right now, to me, the Star Runner is going to be that perfect little home away from home, RV ship for me, where I can do those little customizations, and I've got that literally mobile home that I don't want to go live on a planet side, because, well, look what I've been able to make my ship do. Like, that's what it's designed to do to me. So that's why I'm open CIG.
It also becomes a thing of
overtime.
exactly as you said, like, look what I was able to do with my ship. It becomes kind of like a contest.
I do hope, though, that the on the note of ships being a home away from home, I really, really want to see the Constellation series. Like, holy fucking shit! Just take the living quarters section B on there. That thing needs a bottom to top rework. Like, the cockpit itself is fine, although, like, personally, if it was for me, I'd be like, okay, we're reworking just like the outside hull of it will remain the same. We aren't going to go and change any dimensions there, but push the door going into the cockpit, push that up to the point where when you go in practically like 2 steps ahead, is the turret mount there, and you've got
Yep.
you kind of had like those almost counters on the inside where presumably like components and shit will go. Put
Yep.
that back into the living quarters. You can go and put your component access however you want it, in the walls, in the floor, in the whatever. But just we need to expand that living quarter section, and it just needs a top to bottom rework of
Yeah.
actual facility chair, because as it is, it's got a fold out table, a bench, a porta shitter, and that's it.
Aren't there a
It's-
couple of beds
ugh.
like tucked away? But
They-
even those are
those are the escape pods.
bad.
No, the beds
Those
are
are
the
the
escape
escape
pods.
Well, I think they're the combo units, so they're meant to be.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're beds.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I do really like that whole mentality that, where you're sleeping is also where you need to be in the event of an emergency on the ship.
Yeah.
Like, as opposed to, oh, you just got woken up because someone's attacking you, even though for
Now
us,
you
like,
need to
that won't
run
really happen
somewhere
too much.
to escape.
Well, like say,
Yeah.
oh no, we're being attacked. Like you woke up to being attacked. All right, just press the button in your
Yeah.
pod and go.
Yeah, and if you're like, this is untenable, you wake up in your Connie and you find there's a javelin attacking you. Nope. Boop.
Yep. Yeah, the Connie does need some love, and to me, the bridge of the Connie is a lot of wasted space.
I was about to say it is
Oh, it
way too big.
And I mean, to some degree, I'm okay with some of that, because it kind of has the same feel as like the Carrack, which, again, you have a lot of wasted space there. But given that your two primary roles of the Connie are exploration and cargo, I can kind of accept that wasted space aspect of it to some degree.
Well, I'm not against, like, I like what they have in there. It's just it's very spread out. I think it could be pushed
Condensed?
in a little closer. So I'm not saying get rid of anything in there to make it, compact it. I'm just saying put everything a little closer together, and I think you would make up some of that space that you need for that living area that you're talking about. Like, that would make sense. Like, I think there should be like right behind where the turret access is, like push the turret up just like a foot or two, so that you don't have that big gap between the middle seat and the turret. So push the turret up just a little bit, and then put a wall with an access door that separates the bridge from the living quarters, and then still have that rear door that goes into the cargo spaces. And that makes that living space an actual living space, instead of, well, is it kind of the bridge? Is it not? Like, I don't know. Like, what happens when you're sleeping and the cabin depressurizes? Does that mean that everyone in the living quarters and the bridge is now out of O2? Like,
No,
things like that just don't make sense to me with the interior of the Connie.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with it.
But I want it. In order of precedence, I want the Terrapin fixed. Then we work on the Connie.
Yeah,
and then the Herald.
I want to love the Terrapin, and I can't.
I know it's.
I mean, in its current state, that's understandable.
Yeah.
I used to love the Terrapin until we got it in game.
Well, just I really like the mentality and idea behind it. Just the execution of it is not good.
Yeah, I like the way it looks, the way it's designed. So it was originally designed. Purpose was good. It's just how they implemented it is just a complete wreck, and that's where it needs. It needs a mechanics overhaul, and I don't mean mechanics as in like working on the engines. I mean the whole interior needs to be rethought out.
Again, it's a lot of wasted space. You should have two beds in there. And we talked about maybe the chair, the sensor dish chair can fold up into the ceiling or something.
Well, what it needs is that the sensor chair either needs to go. Okay, so if it's gonna be a one-man ship, then the chair goes away completely. There's no reason to get out of the pilot seat and go back to the chair. If if the ship designers built that ship and it was meant to be one man, they would have designed it that you could do the sensor work from the cockpit chair. That's a broken mechanic on CIG's part if they're going to try and build the ship that way. It's like saying the fighter pilot in an F-14 Tomcat needs to go to the back seat to work the radar. Like it just, we're only going to have one pilot in the F-14 Tomcat, but the pilot needs to get out of his pilot seat, go to the rear seat to work the radar to detect if he needs to launch his missiles. Like, no, that's just wrong. So
and also
if
it's
gonna
covered by the whole idea of modes, i.e. missile operator mode, scanning mode.
Yeah.
That's the entire thing it's really meant to go and do.
Yep. So if they're going to stick to one man, then that chair needs to go away and you do everything from the cockpit seat. If they go back on it and go back to the original, which was it was going to be two man, then that chair still needs to go away, but it needs to turn into the chair like in the Herald, the back seat. In other words, push it up against that side wall that's not the exit.
Yeah.
And just
right
make
now
the wall a display,
it's a hazard in the way of your exit.
I'm sorry?
Right now, it's a hazard in the way of your exit.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
But then that's where you also add the bed. And to me, add a couple fold-down jump seats, like the rear seats that are in the Cutlass. Those 4 seats that fold down at the very tail. Put those in against the bulkhead that's towards the pilot seat in that central room. And that gives you that minor drop ship capability for 3 to 4 guys, maybe 5 guys if somebody takes over the sensor seat, to be able to drop them off. But then also have a conversion or a capability that you can say, no, I don't want those drop seats. Those are removed, and you just have like a little fold-down litter bed that you can put a STAR evac on. And now that ship can do the STAR evac, the drop ship, and sensor, depending on how you want to configure it.
Yes, and I want to see that exact kind of stuff to where you can go in and have some, not necessarily a huge amount, but some amount of customization and reconfiguration of the interiors of your ship. Do you want a fold down bed where you could go and strap a patient down? Do you want to go and have jump seats instead to where you could go and have a mini drop ship, bearing in mind your life support and other considerations like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And for instance, like with the Pisces, I want to be able to put a bed in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Pisces should be one of the most configurable ships, just because how it's designed. I mean, that's what it is,
it's
right?
Essentially, it's a blank slate. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love to see Pisces being used as little RV campers for players. They install a bed and a little coffee maker, and they're like, "This is my mobile home, man. I can't afford anything bigger."
Yeah. No, really.
So you'd be living in a Pisces down by the river.
In the river.
In the river, yes. No, floating on the river.
Just floating.
Yeah, just floating on the river.
Floating on the river.
Hey, come on, the Pisces could have buoyancy.
Yeah.
I mean, they did say some ships would and some ships wouldn't.
You got the ramp extended out, but not lower.
Not all the way. It's flat. Yeah.
Like C-130.
90-degree angle.
Yeah. And you just got a guy just sitting there sipping his coffee, floating down the river.
Yes.
With a fishing pole.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Wait. No,
I want to see NPCs doing that too. That'd be amazing.
No, I got an image for this.
That's the kind of shit that CIG needs to do, because that's the kind of shit that is not mission related that players enjoy doing in multiplayer games.
Yeah.
Those little
it's
things
just
like
hanging
that.
out, shooting the shit, doing silly things.
Yeah. And going and showing it off to your friends. Like, look what I turned my Pisces into. It's my floating fishing shack. Like, isn't it awesome?
And then you'll have fishing competitions. Guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
But no,
I caught the giant fish. I caught the sea monster. Wait, what?
Yeah.
The megalodon that can swallow
give sea monsters.
Yep.
At the moment, the only planet that has
that.
a body of water in the game is Kirsten, and I doubt there's any life
here it
left
is,
in
here it
there.
is. Look in our chat here.
Oh my god, yes. Yes, it's on the screen. It's on the stream now.
And bear in mind, as you look at this, you got the keg on the back.
Okay, down the
Some
bottom.
Lights on there. You got the picnic spread out on the wing. You got the actual picnic blanket set down on the grass there.
Yep. Mobile home.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, and you got a keg underneath too.
I saw that. Yeah.
Drink.
Chug, 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 chug.
I'm only one man. Did I stutter?
That's alright. We had to chug a whole bottle of wine.
But yeah, that's
one guy
the
going,
kind of
chug,
stuff
chug,
that I'm looking forward to in the final release of the PU, is being able to do that kind of stuff. Because missions and pew-pewing and all that good stuff, that's fun, and there's a place for it, absolutely. But it's like they've done studies, and they've found that the majority of the enjoyment from MMOs that players receive is not doing missions, but it's doing those downtime activities. It is what brings people back to MMOs.
Yep.
So, yep. I mean, my original dream was, when I saw the Terrapin, was the Terrapin was gonna be kind of that little, mobile home, armored mobile home that I could live in. But as they've derped it, my sights have moved up to the MSR, and that's gonna be my Millennium Falcon that you live aboard, kind of a ship.
Good luck.
Yep.
We'll have all the good parties on it. Don't worry. Also, some of the things from the Squadron. Back to Squadron42.
What's that?
It's a little game made by this guy, Chris Roberts.
I
want to climb out of this gravity well.
The AI content team. They also got the AI to behave as we're on the topic of just doing some downtime shenanigans. They're gonna have the AI doing downtime shenanigans, having eat and drink behaviors that allow the NPCs obtain sustenance from usables such as the chow line or vending machines. The leisure behavior, Progress 2, which controls how NPCs spend their downtime. For example, playing games on the arcade machine, talking to each other in the mess hall, or relaxing in their bunk watching TV.
Okay, so my question is, how far are they going to take this? Because
I mean, it seems like they're taking it pretty damn far.
So what you're saying is, if I walk up on that if I'm on that frigate with 75 other AI, and I walk up to that bunk rack and the AI has the curtain drawn, I definitely do not want to open that curtain to see what he's
probably
doing.
Not. No.
All I'm saying is they're mo-capping porn.
Wow.
Then again,
can you be more specific, Tim? I think you're being too vague.
We shouldn't laugh.
No, Cyberpunk actually did that.
I'd just say I wouldn't put it past them and go we're fucking mo.
I wouldn't. That's the thing. Game. I would not put it past them, especially since other games have done it.
I would agree with you guys in the sense that I absolutely believe that CIG would love to go to that level. However,
I don't think but they're probably not.
I don't think they're going to go there, only because I think you start getting into problems with certain countries' restrictions on what you can get from games, what you can show in the games.
Yeah.
So,
plus they didn't have to turn a censor mode on.
CIG would want to do that.
No, I don't think you're saying. I don't think they will, but I would not.
The game,
it's not beyond them to do.
Then an add-on pack. Surprise,
the Citadel add-on pack. Wait a minute, that's taken.
If it's an unofficial mod, then their hands are clean, right?
Yeah. You've seen the Fallout mods.
we just found this data and it got published by Brish Roberts.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Robert.
Hey, look, this mod team, all these guys work for CIG, but
Rich
they swear
Roberts.
this was done in their off time.
Yeah.
No, it's the mod titled Rich Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think they'll do it, but I wouldn't put it past them, given the level of detail they're willing to go to clearly for this.
Yeah.
But I don't think they would, and I kind of hope they don't. I'd rather things be implied rather than actually shown. It would be hilarious, though.
Here's some behind-the-scenes footage.
Exactly, those behind-the-scenes footages.
I'm just thinking of like you're in the middle of a quantum jump and you're bored out of your mind, so you start surfing channels on your Moe glass, and you just come across like porn channels, like old like 80s style, where you're
tell me.
No, the 70s with the freaking with the porn stash.
Porn out there. You can't tell me it's not out there.
But okay, but the key thing is it has to be like the old 80s.
No, it's got to be the 70s porn.
Stealing, shut up, Mando. Let me finish.
Hey.
It has to be done in the old 80s, 90s style of like when you used to try and get those scrambled cable channels. So there's like you can only make out like every third frame, and it's all just like garbled and jumbled. That's how it needs to look.
No, but it has to be the 70s style with the porn stash and everything.
Locally.
Right. Well, the closer you get to the planet, the clearer the image gets. Right.
Oh my god. It becomes a game of where is the current transmission coming from, and you have to jump from planet to planet to see which one it's coming from.
It's coming from inside the house.
Have you located the porn studio?
No, I could absolutely see this shit happening too.
And it turns out it's like one of the asteroid rocks around in the yellow belt that you have to like go hunt.
It's Penny's Henge. They put like an atmosphere dome over it.
Oh god! Or it's just one of those radio towers that hijacked, so it's not playing the Penny Henge. It's putting out porn.
I think we're giving modders some really bad ideas.
I want this.
Any modders that are listening that plan the mod Star Citizen when that's a thing, make this happen.
And Cam's absolutely right, because there's going to be Vandal porn, which means there's going to be Vanu porn, which means there's going to be Xion porn.
Oh, look, we already have the results of that. I mean, whenever Data wears that Vandal mask, we always joke that he's the offspring of a Vandal human hybrid.
They found love at first growl.
Oh, the things they could do.
Oh god, this is gonna be so fucked up. I'm not sure we're capable of handling what we've unleashed here.
Oh, we would be in so much trouble if they listened to us. I did. Someone had brought that up on one of Astropub's shows a while ago. Saying, "Hey, do you think we're gonna have allow like third party created content that will be able to be displayed on station screens and stuff like that?" In other words, having like news channels and just different channels that you can select of user created content. And it sounds great, and like when you initially think about it, I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool.
Like I'm thinking like Machinima series and stuff like that.
Eventually you're going to have some idiot that decides that his channel is going to be a political channel, and he's going to start spewing just like real world idiocy stuff. And that's where CIG is going to have to step in, because it's in their game, so that makes them somewhat liable. And so that's why I don't think you'll ever actually fully see that implemented, just because CIG can't afford to do it, unfortunately.
No,
due to the way legal systems are nowadays. I wish it was different, but that's the world we live in, unfortunately. On
private servers, and obviously the mod private servers, like the modded ones, I'm sure that will be a thing, but I don't see it in the PU. Yeah, I don't see it in the PU.
Because of the reasons, yeah.
Like it's like
Yeah.
when you mentioned it, I'm like I'm thinking like machinima series, like stuff like what Data and I want to do, where it's like this in-universe fiction
Absolutely.
stuff, where it's like here's this this new Spectrum series, blah blah blah, and it shows the adventures of whatever. It's like that would be cool.
Yeah.
You can
You think
literally
about
have
it on
TV
that level,
in
it
the game.
absolutely is great. But then
The
you think
Adventures
about
of
how it'll
Brett
be
Zanigan.
abused.
And then you're gonna have
Exactly.
people that do political nonsense. Like it would be one thing if it's in-universe politics, like I don't agree with what they're doing over at the Magnus system with Drake, blah blah blah. But
Right, that totally
hope-
makes sense. But some idiot is gonna just he's gonna make it real world problems.
he's gonna see
and
it as a
that's
platform
where,
that he can yell about.
exactly.
Yep.
Damn
Someone's always
players.
got to ruin it for everyone else.
This is why we can't
Yep.
have nice things. AI feature team for Squadron continued to work on the Vanduul AI last month, playtesting their first encounter to tighten up the gameplay and experience. Then focused on the player shooting down Vanduul waves before they reach close combat range, with ranged enemies providing cover fire. The quote the AI feature team, having a lot of main building blocks in place is allowing us to focus on different encounters, making sure we are addressing not only the technical implementation, but also the fun element of the game. On the human combat side, AI features wrapped up support for reactions to dead bodies and continue to work closely with design teams to their tactic-based combat design. As many technical pieces now work reliably, the designers can dedicate time to polishing the tweaking tactics. Current focus on 3 main roles: the defender, pusher, and flank. The team also polished the behavior that allows Marines to use the firing range. This allows NPCs to go through the same training as the player, react to their results, and collect weapons from the Master at Arms or environment as necessary. Feature. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Again, just more world building, more fleshing out the world to make it feel more real. And I like that they're going to add, hey, look, AI sees one of their buddies is dead, they're going to react to it. Which is kind of key and I think a no-brainer in games today, but still worth.
Well, I also like the idea that they're having the AI train, which is cool in itself. But also, take that down to another level, which is, you hire an AI, to help run a part of your ship, and the guy's working out, and you want to, increase his skill levels. Then maybe you have that option where you're like, hey, buddy, I'm going to pay for you to go get some specialized training. So you can now not just be my engineer, but maybe now you've got certain weapon skills so you can help defend, against boarding parties. Like, that's a good way of stepping up your AIs.
Agreed. AI tech began this month addressing feedback on initial implementation of planetary navigation tech. So this is where AI can actually navigate the terrain of planetary bodies, which was passed on to several different teams for use in various scenarios. One improvement is the priority manager. I'll calculate which areas. Yep.
I'm just picturing your AI pulling R2D2s on you and taking off. Once you remove the restraining bolt, they're gone.
Calculate which areas require navigation mesh regeneration, the positions of the players, NPCs. Essentially, just making them work.
I forgot I mentioned Star Wars there.
No,
exactly.
Mando. Just powering through, just ignoring you and. Cam, you hearing a noise?
Huh? What? Who?
To enable the designers to request realistic NPC reinforcements on. They also improved the spline creation process and smoother landings and takeoffs, and adjusted the tactical point system queries to work on planets and find the points where NPCs will move to as they disembark. Simple behaviors were implemented to showcase this new feature too. However, we probably won't see that for ourselves, unfortunately, for a while. Development of technology allowing NPCs to directly push and operate movable entities like trolleys, etc. Read that. Several fixes and improvements were implemented into the subsumption editor tool, including a full graph map of outlier behaviors, a visual grid, and snap functionality. Ability to quick insert nodes at the mouse cursor position, and a secure way to drop connection. AI tech continue to refactor the Quest system, allow for more consistent synchronization of states between server and client, unify the way NPCs are processed to reduce consistencies. So hopefully this means less rubber banding. Or just straight up teleporting, or a bunch of other netcode. Or, you know, like, oh, here's his NPC, he's killing you. Except he doesn't even have his gun out. And he's not even looking at you. So hopefully it fixes stuff like that. AI vehicle features, they got working alongside AI and behavior that will benefit both PU and Squadron. The aim is to improve flight behaviors and more dynamic and closer to how human players behave in that. They also focused on a ship tactic for fighters taking on capital ships. I do look forward to seeing how NPCs try to mimic player combat. That should be both interesting and nightmarish. Animation throughout March.
That's going to be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah. Arguably the hardest one of all of them.
Yeah, I would agree.
However, from what I've seen of Halo Infinite's bots, they did a pretty good job with the bots.
What's in the bot?
However, different game, terrible. Throughout March,
I think the hardest part is going to be that aspect of, you know, essentially, you know, AI drops out of Quantum, and there's a group of it. It doesn't matter whether it's other players or other AI. You know,
you're roboting. You're roboting.
Sorry.
All good.
I'll shut up. Never mind. Go ahead. Keep going.
You're good now.
Hey, you're good now. Continue.
Just saying. I think the hardest part in getting a believable AI is that scenario where you know, the AI drops out of Quantum and there's a group of you know, hostiles, whether they're players or other AI, that are outnumbering them. I think that's the hardest thing to get the AI to understand is how it reacts to that, because players, you know, we don't make rational decisions all the time. And so there's times where we just go, you know what, fuck it, yeah, let's do this. I think there's a high chance I'm not going to succeed, but you know, I'm going to go into this anyways. Whereas getting an AI to make that decision on, I'm overwhelmed, but I'm going to do it anyways because I think I'm a better pilot. Like, how do you code that? That's the biggest problem. Done.
No, it is a difficult. Again, it's that whole AI behaving like a player in combat-related scenarios is probably the hardest thing that you can do. Not an AI.
They almost need to rename it. How do we make an AI behave like an idiot, i.e., like a player?
Yes. Like a chaotic fool.
Yep. An agent of chaos.
That's it. Just how do you make an AI an agent of chaos?
Yep.
No, wait, that doesn't work. I thought the acronym Agent of Chaos, but that doesn't. No, that's something else. Let's see. Through March, they worked on animation.
Computer agent of chaos.
We got zero-G movement, helmet equipping, standing at and using tables, work zones, blockouts for Big Benny's noodles. Blockouts? Tactile chair animations, fan duel combat, consoles, and cowering and surrender. These are animations, not AI animations. This is just across the board animation. Good, because that means zero-G movement when? Push-pull. I need my zero-G push-pull. They also set up work for female spec ops development, progressed with generic enter and exit improvements to help streamline the development of AI usables, and work through the second pass finalization for the story cast character. I take it there's a female spec ops character in Squadron then. See, that's why I don't. This is what the thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, there was a what do you call it?
Right, the advocacy chick from the Vertical Slice, right?
Troho or Trohill? Yeah,
Troho.
Yeah. Well, art team, they got art environment team continue to work on 3 key chapters alongside design, while R&D large asset passes on several late late game chapters began, they also collaborated with the flight design team the appropriate sense of scale for the overworld spacescape. Neat. So essentially, just cinematics was a big thing too. I think I already talked about this. Where you have essentially it's what we saw in the vertical slice and what they talked about in the vertical slice, where depending on where you are, we'll play a different cinematic. Right, where you're overlooking the hangar as you watch that ship fly in, it's going to trigger that cinematic where you see the prisoners being exited from the ship. Right. So they added more of those. They're doing more of those types of cinematics. They worked for 3 chapters of cinematics during March, the first featuring the Archon mining facility, second consisting of FPS sections on a planet, third being the opening chapter. For the mining facility, they further developed the station's tram system. Used in several sequences, the station will be approximately 8 kilometers in length. With players using the tram to progress, this involves taking the tram cabin into the sector to enemy lines. Team are currently investigating how to get impulses from the tram's exterior to transfer to the physicalized entity actors inside. The team also prototyped a scene involving a mining tick. That's like an actual drone thing. Landing and then walking into the main hangar to be unloaded to a cargo train.
I think I liked it better when it was called a spider.
I think the mining tick is something else. Like there's a smaller one, right?
No, the Sidnus mining tick is the spider one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they showed it.
Yeah, I've seen. I thought
3D.
there were 2 different ones, but yeah, that's why I remembered. I know it as the Sidnus spider, not mining tick. For the plant side chapter, the older scene shown during the vertical slice stream was further polished, receiving improved animations, cameras, and player inclusion. We wanted to have the player presence upped in the scene and decided to resurrect more of the original mocap for the player. In a lot of the scenes, the player mocap was done as reference. The aim to have full agency during the actual conversation. However, we found that during dramatic critical path scenes, we can justify the player being locked in to help build the player's character and presence. The opening chapter, the team created splines for fighters, capital ships, and players' hub ship. Players can have a hub ship, which I assume is the UES Stanted, the Idris that you on.
Yes. Or at least that would make sense.
The vertical slice. Yeah. Because that was near the beginning of the game where you meet our camel. They also further expanded the Vanduul fleet with newly created ship types. And are currently progressing with the remaining battle sequence. They also added more hangar activity scenes that occur before battle. And then we've got a bunch of engine stuff. Most of it just revolving around damage physics. This way, like metal tears like metal wood and doesn't just break apart like stone. They're transitioning to the Gen 12 renderer, so they're continuing with that. Planet terrain height maps and planet terrain shadows are now being fully ported. Worked on the core engine stuff. Yeah. Gameplay story. Yeah, it's a lot of. It was a really large update. Here, gameplay. March saw the gameplay story team progress with some big ticket updates. Complicated scenes. As part of this, they polished a walk and talk scene in Chapter 5, improved a major scene in Chapter 12, progressed with complicated scene in Chapter 14 involving a medical gurney. The team also continued to add new audio and facials to the random to NPC scenes. They delivered 8 this month, only a couple remaining. A major scene in Chapter 5 with multiple characters quickly boarding a tram was delivered before the team moved on to looking at how characters exit scenes early when the situation game. Graphics and VFX, thing. Vulkan, Gen 12 renderer, a lot of bug fixing. Here, specifically for Squadron 42, fixes were implemented for gas cloud related bugs, and the team continued to developed a retroreflective effect for layer blend. Hopefully that can be ported to Star Citizen. Level design. The FPS team completed the final gameplay implementation for several early chapters. Work is currently ongoing on moving a number of mechanics and chapters toward alpha so that they can begin testing and balancing game. The Space Dogfight team reported the other design teams early chapters to the vertical slice quality. Also worked alongside the art team to finalize the size and gameplay location of the coding system now that the quantum travel and quantum boost mechanics are closer to final. Quantum boost mechanics sounds fun. They talked about that in the past a while ago, didn't they?
Don't remember.
So.
Quantum boost. Alongside working collaboratively with other design teams, Social Design continued with their long-term task of implementing all in-game scenes. Narrative of the gameplay. Narrative team had several playthrough sessions with the design team to look closely at the moment-to-moment experiences of two levels. This part of the refinement process ensures that the player's motivation is clear, that the emotions and tone of the world are properly conveyed, and also allows the team to see if there are any further opportunities for more immersive experience. For players, for example, to better highlight where a sniper nest was located, the team discussed a possible scene addition to draw the player's attention. The team also began implementing discoverable lore throughout the game to help players learn more about the narrative of the universe and provide further rewards for level exploration. Following up on last month's report, this development progressed on a new NPC profession, with the initial script being written, adjusted, and recorded as scratch dialogue. The next step is to see how the temporary dialogue feels in-game and make adjustments. Finally, for narrative, mocap sessions were concluded and selects were made to be processed for implementation. QA, obviously, what QA does.
They do?
Continue to support the cinematics team by reproducing issues found during development and chasing up bugs. They also focused on AI bug validation and refactored the Jira process to help organize existing. Pretty sure we've already looked at all of this earlier when we streamed. So, they talk about the Houdini interface, stuff like that. Oh, here, this one I didn't read. March saw VFX complete implementation pass on the key location and with involved fully populating location with representative effects that they'll return to later to polish and fully optimize. They also continued to fine-tune several important weapon effects, including rendering a new muzzle flash firing texture sequence from Houdini to help emphasize a weapon's power. Good, because a lot of the weapons need better muzzle flashes, especially the energy weapons. Just they have horrible visual effects that make them feel not feel weak because they still have the sound design, but I don't know, the laser weapons specifically right now, at least in the PU, are they don't feel like laser weapons.
They feel like some kind of a weird fucking plasma weapon.
No, it's not even that. Just like the muzzle flash effect when you get one is, I wouldn't say lazy, but it kind of looks like just a red fire. It doesn't look like a laser is firing. Like there used to be,
I think they're going to have problems with laser. Go ahead.
No, sorry, you go first.
I think laser weapons in general, especially in games, are kind of problematic in the sense that, in real life, if you were to fire a laser weapon, depending on how the weapon is designed, you wouldn't even actually see it fire because it'd be invisible. It's only if they actually made it in a light spectrum level that the human eye can pick it up that you would actually see it happen. And even then, it would be so fast that literally,
It's
like,
hit
if
scan.
you blinked,
It's
it's
the speed
almost
of light.
instantaneous. Yeah. So in a game, and it makes no noise. So in a game,
Right.
essentially, they have to make it look like a plasma gun because, or a rail gun, because otherwise you don't know that you're actually firing the weapon. Like, so
Yeah, you're
it's a
under
very
fire.
troublesome. Yeah, or you're under fire. So it's a very troublesome, thing to get right in video games. And I think that's part of the problem, is that they still haven't really sat down and gone, okay, guys, we got to figure this thing out. So that's why you're seeing this kind of, rudimentary um, gaminess of laser weapons in general. That's all I got.
It's not even like gaminess. It's just like you look at the effects from a few patches ago, and yeah, it's like a plasma weapon effect, but it looked good. And again, we're talking about a game here, so you want it from a game. You want it from a gameplay experience to, okay, this gun feels powerful. I know I'm firing it because I'm getting the visual indication of I'm firing the weapon, and I'm getting an audio indication of firing the weapon. As Cam said, you want to be able to tell that you're getting fired upon as well. So those are
none of those
but,
things actually equate to what a real laser
right. But
operates
right
like.
now we're talking about a video game, so unfortunately you're not going to be able to really do that. And here's the thing:
Right.
They also have plasma weapons in Star Citizen, and the plasma weapons don't feel like real plasma weapons either. Like, or even theoretical plasma weapons would, like, they're just the energy weapons are kind of getting like the low end of this.
Because we have no background to work off of, and the physics don't equate to good gaminess, as you're calling it. So therefore, we're not getting,
Oh, I'm aware. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, this isn't something that's going to be solved anytime soon,
No.
because
well, again, I'm just pointing it out.
They don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
Nobody knows what they're doing when it comes to these types of weapons.
I mean, as far as plasma effects go, I can only go off of what I've seen in real world plasma effects. Some games do get it, some like close enough that you're not going like, oh, it's not realistic. No, it's pretty close enough. Doesn't matter. But
we don't like. We've got no real world. Sure, you can look at a plasma cutter, a welding torch, but that's something that you're holding literally, millimeters away from the source. What happens when you throw a plasma bolt, half a mile away? Like, what happens
it lights the sky up blue,
cooling down? Or like, we don't have. That's what I mean by we don't have any real world.
I know. I
said to go off of.
That's what I'm saying. I've seen plasma before. That's what I'm saying. You go off of what you do have, and you take creative liberties from there.
And we'll take those liberties.
Justice for all? Or wait, wrong thing. Because
I just think anything they come up with, for it to work in a game, it's not going to work. Like, it's essentially going to end up looking like a tracer out of a bullet.
Oh, I don't care about that. I'm just talking. Look, I'm talking. Speaking visually, I'm not talking about realistic. I'm talking about visually, gameplay perspective.
Yes.
The design doesn't look good.
That's what I'm saying, though. Is like, your plasma and your laser guns are going to look like a modified tracer. So they can make that look really cool, but it's still never going to be a good representation of what a laser or a plasma rifle should be, is all I'm getting at. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I don't think there's a fix for it other than to make it look like, a squad automatic weapon on with, full tracer belts. Sorry, stepping down from my box.
Nope. Get back on the box.
I think that's really it with the. I think that's it with the studio report, though. Which means it's kind of it with the Star Citizen news, unless you guys got something else. Oop.
Nope. Well, there was one thing. I guess they released some kind of notification for streamers.
What's that?
Kind of raised a few eyebrows, but if you actually spend the time to read it, it kind of just basically says, you can't, you can use you can use the game, like footage from in the game, for promotional streaming, but you can't make over a certain amount of money off of it. And essentially the amount of money is designed so that, like, you can do machinima, but it's only the amount of money that you're going to make is only going to be enough to actually make that movie, make that machinima. It's not like you can make enough money to actually have a career based off of it, if I'm making sense.
No, that makes sense. Or at least, like, maybe if they were to say, like, after a certain dollar amount that you've made,
yeah, they set
you
it
have
at
to go and start
50,000.
sharing. Okay, yeah.
Well,
yeah, that makes sense then.
they basically said you can't make more than $50,000 off of whatever product you create using our game. And I know that sounds like a lot, but then when you step back from it and you talk to like actual production teams and people who make this kind of stuff, they're like, that if you think about it, $50,000,
For that sort of thing?
you need about 7 different people working on something. That works out to like $7,000 a piece, which is almost nothing, for several weeks worth of production in a group that size. So it's not a lot of money. But they basically said, yeah, after you reach the $50,000 mark, you can't use anything of our game above and beyond that, as far as making money off it. So, but anyways, they put that out there, and I guess some of the community was kind of going, "What? Wait, what's going on?" Until they actually read it, and
Right.
it seemed to kind of die down.
Context matters? No.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I mean, none of that context here.
I'll context you.
But that's the extent of my knowledge of anything new and interesting with Star Citizen.
But do you know the Muffin Man?
I do not.
Know the Muffin Man?
Why do I hang out with people?
I don't know. But yeah, that's really it.
Wee wee.
When's the next big like Star Citizen
event
related thing? Like when is the next patch? Let's imagine 17 came out. When's 18 supposed to be?
Normally. I say normally. That's not true. If it's supposed to be in Q3, then it would be June.
Like late June, early July.
Yeah.
Okay.
Realistically, September.
Yeah.
Maybe October.
Ouch. So yeah, we're coming up on a
Remember, this is the 317's to Q1 patch. So
yeah.
That's supposed to be March or April, so we're still there. And they have started work on 318 already. Even though 317 is currently in the open PTU, by the way, so anyone can just log into the PTU at this point. That's right, open sesame.
Even me?
No, not you. They have an explicit statement saying not Cam.
But yeah, I think we're looking at if we don't get 317 like within this next couple weeks, and I think we're in for a very, very long dry spell, because 318 is probably going to be pared down, just because what follows right after it is SitCon and the ship buying stuff. So therefore they put more effort into that stuff, which means the patch that comes out just before it becomes a bastard child. So I think we're looking at like October before we see some really big content coming out of CIG.
Okay.
Right now, 318's pretty. I mean, what? It's got the cargo system refactor. Good luck with that. salvage hull stripping for gameplay. Ships, it's got the Drake Vulture, and weapons, the salvage multi. So it's pretty much just all salvage for as of right
all
now.
Salvage.
With the problems that you're having with 317 right now,
Yeah, no,
I see
expect all this
that-
stuff to be, I would say, 319, if not 320. We have a 319 and 320 on the roadmap.
right. But I guess what I'm getting at is that I see, with the problems of 317 right now, I see 318 getting essentially whittled down and a lot of things pushed. And then that knock-on effect is essentially what we get in 318 becomes what they show us at SitCon. And so essentially we almost lose a patch in the sense of how they go about releasing it to us, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's not much
make
in
this fucked up.
318, but the things that are in 318 are pretty big. So
Yeah.
they're going to be moved,
And-
definitely.
Yeah. And,
So far, we're getting everything except for the Scorpius. So far, everything else, the mining, ship-to-ship refueling, selling stops, all that's supposedly in the PTU right now. Coffee shop vendor,
The
hospital at Loreville, the increased medical clinics. The new DNA stuff I know is in game right now because I've seen it. The rivers, obviously. So the real question is, if they're planning a 319 and 20, what is the state of Pyro and server meshing?
Yeah.
Because isn't Pyro supposed to be 4.0?
Yes.
Once we get that, so that means no 4.0 until next year.
Well, here's the other thing is, according to quite a few content creators who've been watching for a long time, they're saying that officially we will never get a 4.0. In other words, CIG is never actually going to say this is 4.0. It's just when you get Pyro, that is 4.0, but it's going to be unspoken that that's 4.0, if I'm making sense there.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so essentially it's just going to be like us calling it 4.0 when Watchface came in. Alright. If that's the case, then
they might call it 4.2, or they might call it 3.23, or who knows,
Right.
like 3.25. But essentially, whenever Pyro releases, that is the 4.0 patch. It's just not going to be called that.
okay.
Is what the rumor is. So
Maybe. We'll have to see.
I'm kind of at that point where I'm like, well, I don't really care what you guys call it as long as we're getting some content.
Yeah.
My big question is, depending on how much delay we're seeing now, does that mean that when you get Pyro, if it keeps kind of getting pushed and pushed and pushed, do we maybe get Pyro and another system? Like, because they're working on those other systems.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, we
and
know
Nix was
Odin's
just
in-
Daymar plus like a couple of other like pretty much semi-abandoned planets, which in terms of content should be relatively easy to put out. The server stability is the real issue there.
Yep. But I mean, if they've created it, we're talking like a year from now, possibly. I think it would be sooner than that. But anyways, who's to say that they haven't worked all that out, and now you get the proper server meshing going and all that kind of stuff. All of a sudden, that restriction's gone, and they're just like, yeah, we can. If we had 10 systems, we could add that. Like, at that point, that's where I'm like, do we get 2 or 3 systems? Do we get Nix and Pyro and Nix and who knows, like another one? I don't know.
Only time will
I'm
tell,
hoping
right?
so. Huh?
Only time will tell.
Yep. I'm looking forward to Pyro just because I want to see another system just to go, sightsee it and go, oh, that's cool. Check that out. But also, the other big thing for me is I'm looking forward to all those people who are like ranting and raving about being hardcore PvPers and piracy people. I'm like, cool. They will go off to that server and they can run around and pew each other in the head all day long. And it won't cause
No, that's not what they
community.
want. They want to attack other people and just be able to do it without being called meanie faces.
And that's
I mean, you do realize
what
that
I'm
most of
getting
these
at.
people,
Like that creates that sandbox that's there for them, so that it's not that I'm actually like for or against it. I'm just gonna be glad that it's no longer this toxic subject in the community of I keep getting pad rammed on Ulsar. Like, that pad rammer will now have a system to go off and do his thing that isn't causing the community an issue, is what I'm getting.
The thing of it is, though, and this is just my assumption, is that not all, but
Yes.
those who have been most vocal about this kind of stuff are the ones that, hey, okay, here is the area for the pirates to go and hang out and do their pirate things, and it's lawless and all that stuff. Wouldn't want to hang out there. There's other people there. I want to go and hang out where all of the non-criminals are, but I want to be able to do criminal stuff there and not get caught for it and not suffer consequences for it. Like,
Oh yeah.
That's not how this works.
And here's the other one that I see, which is, you've had the PvPers have been for a while saying, no, we don't want, the CIG needs to come up with a way of bringing players together because that's how we need to be able to interact. And I see Pyro as doing the exact opposite, which is it's just spreading the community out, which I personally am a fan for. Because that's more opportunities. But I can see these PvPers going, oh shit, now we got a whole sandbox, but it's so spread out. I can't, I can't go and attack anyone. Wah! And I'm just like,
yeah, and also
suckers.
you know these guys are like they'll attack you, you'll complain about it, and then they get off on you complaining about it, and they'll do it more, and that's like they get off on that sort of attention. That's the problem too.
Yeah.
And that's why we need more in-game systems. We talked about this at length previous episodes as well. Like where we need more in-game systems for punitive actions for crimes in the game.
We need the reputation. That's what we need.
Well, yeah, but on the notes of these kinds of behaviors and the like, it was actually funny because on the Reddit, the subreddit here for Star Citizen, there was a screenshot of like one of the PTU sessions, to where you have a CIG employee. They've got the official name, which by the way, you cannot go and make your name like -CIG. They will go and forcefully rename you. But you have a CIG employee going, hey, could you not attack me? I'm trying to go and work on this stuff here. So like they're
literally doing their job testing.
And the person responded in the chat, and this was just in global chat. The person responded, I'd love to, but I'm a pirate. Yar har. And it was just like,
that makes me
you're a fucking idiot, aren't you? And then of course the CIG employee thing, because they did not stop attacking the CIG employee, they went and kicked them.
Yep.
And it's like you are literally preventing this person from doing their job under the guise of yar har, I'm a pirate. Like, that's not what a pirate does. Pirates steal shit. They don't attack employees doing their jobs to make the game. Like, don't be a fucking idiot.
But your CIG ruined my gameplay.
Oh, and the original poster was trying to, like, the way everything was worded was like, look at the mean CIG employees, and literally everyone in the comments was going, dude, they're literally trying to make the game. Fuck off with your bullshit.
Yep. Yeah, that's just the that kind of stuff is what makes me say that companies should be allowed to ban people. Like, just go, you know what? I don't have to justify my actions to you. You're a fucking idiot. I don't want you playing my game. But, the flip side to that is also, I don't want companies abusing that privilege. But,
Right. Well, that's
well,
unfortunately the flip side indeed.
And one thing I would be perfectly fine with would be if you had something along the lines of a temporary ban. Hey, you can't play for a week.
Right, like, or a week, a month, or something. Like, whatever X amount of time.
Be used sparingly.
Or it's something like, okay, it's a week at first. You do it again, like after the week, and it's 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Something.
I'd be okay with like 24 hours the first time, then start jumping up to like weeks and months.
But you got my point. Was it like you start off small, and if they do it again after it, their ban is up, it increases in punishment because, hey, they're repeat offenders.
Yeah, and have cooldowns. So the guy isn't a problem child for 6 months, then
it's 24 hours again.
Resets to 0, and he's got another chance again. But if the guy's consistent, then fucking after 5 different incidents, guess what? You got a year-long ban. Bye. See ya.
I mean, I wouldn't say a year-long. That might be taking
we're just throwing numbers around.
Yeah.
But an exorbitant amount of time.
Yep. And I'm talking about the extreme cases where the guy just obviously is not getting the message. Like, And
I think part of that too is a lot of the people, like, I'm not surprised, but it is interesting how many times, show's motto. But how many times I have to explain to people, this isn't a game, this is an alpha. Like, and I don't mean that like, because it's glitchy, but like, no, like, they're still making this game. Core features are not implemented. This is an alpha. This is a work in progress. Yes, it's been an alpha for a long time, but that doesn't change the facts. And it's not claiming to be a finished game where, like, it's a finished game, you can do whatever, right? Like, this is still an alpha, still in progress. Things are not going to work. Other things are just being tested. This isn't a live service game or whatever where it's out, it's quote unquote complete and being sold to you at full price so that you can do whatever it is would in a normal game.
But Mando, I saw a CIG commercial that said come and play. Like, there's all these gameplays that I can do.
Yeah, and there's going to be more because it's not finished.
No.
But CIG made it seem like this game was finished. I don't understand you.
No, not.
What are you saying?
That's because CIG has a really bad marketing team.
I do wish that their marketing department would kind of chill a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting way ahead of themselves.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
for starters, they should not be saying play. They should be saying test.
Yeah, that would be a good first step.
Like, come and test this weekend, whatever, for the free fly, right? For a free fly commercial.
Oh, just totally go down that testing avenue of like, hey, come and help us build this game.
Yeah, exactly. Go full in.
How many people would be like, oh fuck yeah, let me sign up. I want to help.
They can even go full ham and like be a part of history in the making of this game. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That
full
would be
ham
fine.
or no ham. To ham or not to ham.
Yeah, they definitely need to dial back on the
yes,
the way they're portraying the game.
And that's the thing, it's just the marketing teams. Like, when you listen to like anyone else at CIG, they're pretty much like, no, this is not, like, they're talking as though they've been talking about it for the last few years, where it's an alpha, they're working on this and that. It's like, so it's and it's not even
I mean, look at Disco.
Yeah.
Every single question, every single answer, every response that is given on any show is led by 5 minutes of Disco giving you lawyer speak of this is still an alpha.
Right.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you have all the cinematic commercials that are not really portraying that as best as they can be.
Nope.
come in the game, be a trader, go to the TDD, carry your boxes in, make money.
When
now,
you can't actually do
sign
that.
up. Yeah, just anywho.
They should. I say to ham or not to ham. They should go full ham and just like be a part of the history of making this game. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, honestly,
help us test today. Are you doing your part? Let's go full Starship Troopers.
Spin. Like that's a good technique to me. Like
yeah, I mean, look, at least it's more honest, and that's what I want.
Yeah.
Even if it's like full ham and whatever, like it'd be at least that would make it funny. Like and give it some like character to the commercial, right?
Yeah, it would let Disco go back to being, his normal jokey persona of kind of like, hey guys, come check out what we're doing, man.
Right, because he won't have to every 5 seconds.
A rules lawyer.
Yeah, because every 5 seconds now he has to explain that, hey, this is still an alpha, like we are doing now, because of the, misinforming advertising that
because of marketing.
CIG's marketing team does. So if they do their, if they were like, hey, no, this is an alpha, come test today, be part of the Star Citizen history, and test the, help us make the game and all that stuff, right? And then CIG, yeah, exactly, Jared can go back to being Goofy Jared. Full time.
The guy in the basement who's using mom's internet connection to like, hey guys, check out this game I found.
Can have Santa Jared in July. Okay.
Don't give them ideas.
Yeah.
Santa Jared in July, make it happen. No, I'm kidding. You'd have to grow the beard out for that. Actually, no, wait. Santa Jared has a shorter beard. Let's make that the. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all we got for Star Citizen. So, moving on to the non-Star Citizen things.
Is there such a thing?
There is such a thing. I'm kidding, it's just more Star Citizen. It's my Trojan horse. Ha ha ha.
No.
Jokes aside, I always, whenever I talk to someone, like, so, have you heard of Star Citizen?
You have a moment to discuss our Lord and Savior
Chris Roberts.
Yeah, Chris Roberts.
Man, alright, so what do you want to talk about first? Epic and LEGO teaming up to make a, I'm quoting them here, kid-friendly metaverse? Or China's further restrictions?
Honestly, I wouldn't trust Muckerberg close to kids. Not even. Maybe that's just me.
No, this isn't. This is Epic and LEGO making, and I'm quoting them. Yeah, so it's.
Yeah, I don't trust them either.
Oh, I don't trust them either, especially when you read the article. It's like today, LEGO. So this is last Thursday. But sorry, two weeks. 2 weeks ago.
3, 4, 5,
2 weeks ago.
10, 20.
Well, April 7th. Fuck it. LEGO and Epic Games have announced a new long-term collaboration to develop a children-focused metaverse. The toy maker and platform holder said that they will form a family-friendly digital experience to provide minors the tools to become confident creators. Both companies went on to say that they will follow 3 principles to ensure child safety for new digital spaces. The well-being and safety of minors will prioritize privacy, will be safeguarded. The well-being and safety of minors will be prioritized. Privacy will be safeguarded by putting their best interest first, and children and adults alike will be urged to have control over their digital experiences. Yeah, I don't trust them with any of those 3.
Fuck no.
Nope.
First off,
absolutely
privacy will be safeguarded by putting their best interests first. Like, you know what their best interest is.
That actually says nothing. That's just
exactly. It's the most PR. It's the most PR BS I've heard in a while. And I recently reread the article about Breaking Point, Ghost Recon's Breaking Point thing, and how like, oh no, they're done with the NFTs and stuff for this game. We're going to be focusing on putting NFTs in other games because the players don't know what they're missing out on with the NFTs.
Right.
Right. Okay. Eric continues saying, just as we've protected children's rights to safe physical play for generations, we are committed to doing the same for digital play, said LEGO CEO Niels B. Christensen. Well, you know what? I believe LEGO more than Epic saying that, but I don't believe that's not saying much. At least in the regards of digital, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're a toy maker. You make, plastic bricks that snap together and make some really cool and fun toys. And sets and models. That's awesome. But digital stuff, and yeah, they have the Lego games, but I mean, and I haven't played a Lego game since I think the first Indiana Jones Lego game came out back in, what was that, 2008? So
all I'm gonna say is, if you're a parent and you believe anything that they're saying, and you let your children use this product, then, well, whatever the outcome is, it's your fault.
If you're a parent and you're watching this for some reason, let me put it this way: do your research before you let your kid play any of this shit, especially if Epic is involved. Because first off, it's not just your child that's at risk here; it's yourself and your credit card information, whatever information you give them for this. For the game, or whatever this metaverse bullshit is supposed to be. Because as we've known in the past, Epic is not your friend.
And what your children are exposed
in
to
fact,
is
corporation isn't
Epic,
my friend.
In fact, Epic is being sued by yet another choreographer who is saying that Epic stole their dance, and in this case, the guy actually had a copyright on his dance move, and they put it in the game, so he's suing them, and he actually has legal grounds for it. Whereas others in the past didn't have copyrights on their dances. Now, that doesn't mean that Epic didn't steal their dances. They totally did. It's just there was no legal shenanigans. Like they couldn't actually, you know what I mean? Like, okay, it's just there was no copyright, so we can take it for our own. But here, the guy actually had copyright, so he's taking them to court. No further information on it because that's all the information I know of the story so far. It's just guys taking them to court about it. But one of the guys that I don't think had a copyright on his dance, and sued Epic because they stole his dance was you guys remember Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the show?
Yep.
Okay, remember the guy that played why am I blanking on his? Not Will Smith, but the cousin. Who's an actual dancer. What?
Yeah.
Carlton.
Yes.
Alonzo something, I think.
Yeah. So his famous dance from the show, they stole that. It's a dance, and he was suing them for it. I think this was back in 19 or 18, 2019 or 2018. Just found that interesting.
When it comes to these big corps, I just, without even knowing the facts, just based off of corporate past experiences, I vote. I hope the underdog wins every time.
Agreed. Yeah. Especially since it's based on their track record. Look, I just listed 2 examples of the same exact thing occurring, where they stole a dance move from someone, right? In one case, I could be wrong. I'm not certain that Carlton, I don't remember, Alonzo something's Alfonso, whatever his name is. Sorry, but I don't remember if it was copyrighted or not. But the guy, the most recent one that's suing now, his dance move was copyrighted. I don't know what the dance move is because I don't play the game and I don't know the guy. I just read the article.
Yeah,
but I know when it's like, hey, this is copyright infringement. This is illegal, and the fact that even if there was no copyright, it's still wrong. There's just no legal whatever for it, but it's still wrong. Like, just because there's no law for it doesn't mean it's not right. Or it doesn't mean it is right. And look, Epic in the past, when the Epic Game Store launched, what was that, 2018? But in 2019, the Epic Game Store apparently was found that it was leaching, personal data, credit card information, stuff like that, even Steam data and all that from users' computers and selling it to a third-party company in China. Of course, nothing came of this, but I mention it every time because that is a pretty big deal.
Yep.
Because that information is sold to China so that they can then use it to pretend to be you. Or whatever shenanigans up to.
And what shenanigans they are.
I mean, also on a completely different level, but like, think about it this way: companies are making money off of your personal information, and you're not getting any return for it.
And you're not even aware of it in some cases.
Yeah. So somebody's using, like, how do I say this? You're being farmed and getting no proceed from it.
Yeah.
They turn around and they say, "Oh, well, we're allowing you access to our system, to our website or whatever it might be. We're allowing you in content, and that is the payment." But yet they're making actual hardcore money off of your data. Shouldn't you be getting a percentage of that? I mean, if the companies are justifying their actions based off of, you know, this is a consumer world, this is, this is about supply and demand, blah blah blah, then shouldn't
But,
you have a say on
yeah,
what information you're allowed to sell to to a company? Like,
yep,
shouldn't you have a say in that?
Yeah.
And that's where I just look at our system and I go, it's broken because the consumer, have no way of saying no.
correct.
You don't have a say in it at all. Problem too.
Yeah. So that's my hill, and I'm against it. I wish somebody would create a law that
Well,
essentially
the
said,
problem is there's a lot of laws in place regarding stuff like this. It's just that the government, whose job it would be to go and go, hey, we see
The
this shit
government today.
happening, it's not right. They are unwilling to do so, and in fact encourage the companies to go and fuck around. Just
because
as we've
those
seen with so
companies
many.
are funding a lot of the politicians.
Yep. Well, and as we've seen with a lot of this stuff, to where you have government-backed monopolies,
Yep.
where the government just says, "Oh yeah, as long as you keep doing the stuff we tell you to, we don't give a fuck about you doing X, Y, or Z." And at that point, it's like, well, you can't possibly compete against the government, who's hand in hand with the corporation.
Yep.
And there's unfortunately nothing you as the individual, or you as the average citizen, can really do in that situation.
Hmm. I'm still just I realize the uphill battle it is, but I'm still,
Hmm.
my dream is that someday, some independent congressman or politician from, Vermont or Maine or, one of these other
Will take
states
up
that
the
has
fight.
will pick up the fight and basically just slide through a regulation that basically says, you know, it's illegal to obtain any personalized information without providing a means of monetary, dispensation for that collected data. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, you would see a huge, you know, emergency brake applied to the way that personal data is handled. Imagine what would happen if Home Depot was required to actually, be responsible for personal data, and what happens if they get hacked. Like, all of a
Yep.
sudden you would see Home Depot change the way that they handle everything because, oh fuck, we're responsible. We have to pay money for all those credit cards that we collected and all that information of what you bought, when you bought, and what projects you're building. Oh fuck. Well, we don't want that. We're not going to collect that
Yep.
data because that's too much of a hassle. Fuck it. No,
Yep.
we're
Yep.
out. Like, that's what needs to happen. But will it
Good
happen?
luck.
No. Yeah. It's important to have dreams.
Yeah.
Don't let your memes be dreams.
Don't let your dreams be drunk. But yeah, on the topic of governments and corporations having too much power, China. Tencent,
I got to bail out here though, guys.
Yeah.
I see how it is.
I see how it is.
Yep.
Okay, you're afraid of the
We
Chinese.
bring up China
Okay.
and off you run.
Hit and run tactics, man. But
Yeah.
no, good chat today, and look forward to seeing you guys next week.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Wait,
You
you
too.
can see us? My God.
Oh, that's what that little
Laters.
hole is in the wall.
That's what the light is in the back of the closet. All right, guys.
Oh.
See ya.
That's why I hear heavy breathing. Okay. All right, yeah, but so we got 3 different Chinese stories today. One is only 3. Well, I guess I count anything epic related as
You
Chinese.
can count? My God.
Yes, 1, 2, 2.5, 2 1/3.
What's
You
a
can do it,
bird?
Gabe Newell. You can do it.
What's a bird?
So Tencent's cutting off Chinese gamers' access to foreign games. So
Of course.
it's just, again, China's been, especially last year, China's been heavy cracking down on games and live streaming, and essentially the content that their people get access to, which includes minors can only play 1 hour a weekend now, or was it 1 hour a week, or something like that. Last year they added Tencent specifically added facial recognition technology to prevent children from logging on into online games between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. It has also previously raised the minimum age for its digital lock measures from 13-year-olds to 16, and implemented time limits for young players in flagship title Honor of Kings. And that's just tip of the iceberg, really. Here, it was 3 hours per week. So
Can we count that high?
last summer, the government limited the time minors spend playing video games to just 3 hours per week, as well as introducing spending caps. Honestly, should be spending caps at least in a video game. But the playtime stuff, and especially you only play this and that. They're only able to play from the hours of 8 to 9 or something like that. It was crazy. We covered it in the previous episode. It was insane, and it's going to get more insane, of course, because China wants to control their populace. They talked about how they didn't want to have any games that have anything that they deem as inappropriate content, which was just or in feminine content, stuff like that. Essentially, because they want to be it's communist China. What do you anarcho-communist? But this story specifically is Tencent altering one of its services in a way that will prevent gamers based in China from playing online games from overseas. Whilst the Chinese government approves which titles are officially released and operated in China, gamers do find ways to access online games hosted on foreign servers. However, local internet speeds can often be too slow to enable them to play. Tencent, as well as other Chinese internet firms such as NetEase, offers network acceleration tools that improve internet speed in order to allow gamers the chance to access these foreign games. Reuters now reports that Tencent has announced an update to one such app that will not only support games officially operating in China, the update will launch on May 31st, which was... May 31st. I was reading that as March 31st, my mistake. So May 31st, so in a month from now, relatively. After which users will be unable to access foreign games. The company did not provide comment on why it was changes, but the move follows several measures by the Chinese government on both control and the types of games in China, and cut down on time people, especially young children and teenagers, spend playing video games. Earlier this week, Chinese regulators finally ended a 9-month freeze on new game approvals, officially granting a license to release in China to just 45 games, many of which were developed domestically. Freeze was a factor in shutting down over 14,000 development studios in China. This follows a 9-month freeze on approvals in 2018, while the government made the regulation process and the body that oversees it. More restrictions were made last year as China applied tighter rules around restrictions of religion, morality, and sexuality. Earlier, then just 3 hours a week. It's insanity, at least from our perspective. I mean, honestly, it's insanity objectively, but the whole 9-month freeze thing. So apparently games had to be approved. Today, only 40. Last Monday, last week, only 45 games were approved.
Can we count that high?
Yeah, it's insane. And now they're also going to be banning live streaming of unapproved games. So, as reported by Reuters, the rule was made by the National Radio and Television Administration, which said that all platforms must have approval by related authorities to stream titles. This also extends towards the broadcasting of overseas games. And this new decision follows a week after the free. Again, just it sucks to be in China. Put it that way. What's that joke, Cam? Oh, how are things in China? Can't complain. That's great. No, we can't complain. Yep, that's how it is there. So for all the crap that's going on in America, at least we don't have that, right? Yeah.
Blame Canada.
No, it's blame Canada.
That too.
Right. Honestly, the whole Lego thing, though, the metaverse. I don't even know what the fuck a metaverse is, but
It's
good luck.
Diverse, but meta.
Yeah, and isn't Facebook doing that now? Or sorry, Meta's the parent company now, and they own Facebook, even though it's a new name.
Details.
By the deep shore. We do have some.
Power of pineapples.
What about pineapples?
Don't ask questions.
We do have some CD Projekt Red news.
Is there? I knew it.
Well, no. So it's not great news. At least for any of you that have a PS5 or Xbox Series X or Series S and planned on playing The Witcher 3 on it. Well, the next gen upgrade is going to be delayed indefinitely while they work house.
Go on, tell me more.
We are currently evaluating the scope of work to be done and thus have to postpone the Q2 release until further notice. The team wrote, "We'll update you as soon as we can."
Why?
And that was about the...
That was 5 years ago.
No, it was only Thursday. Last month, the Polish developer released a next-gen update and comprehensive patch for Cyberpunk 2077, a game that was heavily criticized for quality issues when launched. The game was released more than a year after launch, and the update was released more than a year after launch, and work on improving the game continues, which might speak to CD Projekt Red's need to evaluate the scope of work, which is probably why it got delayed. Speaking of Cyberpunk 2077, rumor has it that the first expansion will be next year.
We'll see.
I say rumor, like I the way the article said it, it was pretty much like, oh, it's coming next year. I say rumor because it's probably not going to. I'm kind of on a I'll believe it when I see it mentality with this right now. Like it's not that I don't believe that they'll fix the game and so they probably will. They'll probably patch it. It's just going to take a shit long of a time. It's like, especially when you see how messed up the game was at launch on consoles, at least. PC, it was still pretty bad, but not
it
as
was
bad.
But it wasn't terrible.
It was bad, yeah. Bad wasn't terrible. I did have some game-breaking bugs. I remember when I played it on PC. But it was also just like there's a lot of features missing for an RPG.
Yeah.
I've fixed it with mods, but even the mods don't fully okay. A lot of RPG mechanics, like each faction you fight, right? Like there's a mod that I highly recommend for anyone playing Cyberpunk on PC called the or was it the gang skill trait mod or something like that. Like, you'll know it when you see it, but essentially it's a mod that gives each faction in the game unique traits. So this way you have to tackle them differently. Like, some are going to be, the Voodoo Boys, don't try hacking them. They're the hackers. Like, that's their whole thing. Bullets, on the other hand, well, they're a good option against them.
Much better option.
Right. Guys like, Arasaka ninjas, yeah, you can try hacking them, but they're going to notice. And you can try going up against them, like in hand-to-hand combat or something, but they're tough. Like, you're going to need to pull up some heavy firepower. Like, okay, Tiger Claws, they're weak to, thermal weapons and stuff like that. Yep, Cam Spleen's a good weapon. If we ever make a game, we have to weapon titled Cam.
I
like this elastic, it's like a bolo mixed with like a whip.
I do allow my spleen to be rented out.
Yes, it's currently sitting on my desk. Nice.
Yeah, don't ask questions.
It's like next week it'll be like has anyone seen and we'll end this episode with, has anyone seen Camp Spleen? It responds to my spleen if you find it.
Sounds alright.
It is spleen shaped and spleen colored.
Shaped like spleen.
It was last seen in this area.
Was this it? No, that's just the moldy, rotten pile of nothing.
But yeah, the Cyberpunk expansion article. But yeah, so here's the expansion article.
That was the porn article, huh?
No, well, I mean, you could call it that. It was an article about the Thor: Love and Thunder trailer. Which I still think sounds like an adult film parody name.
I mean, it isn't.
Thor: Love and Thunder?
Yeah. Are you sure it's not a porn parody?
I mean, it could be. I don't know.
You will.
Won't want to.
Too bad.
Maybe we'll talk about this in a second. But for now, Cyberpunk is in a somewhat more stable position. The developer CD Projekt Red is talking more about the future, including the game's first expansion, which may or may not be related to Atlantis and or the Crystal Palace was the name of the space station, right?
Something like that.
So it's either going to be the space station or it's going to be Atlantis. I remember Atlantis at one point. I mean, they have the water, like they have swimming mechanics, underwater mechanics, and they have that consumable item that allows you to essentially breathe underwater for a period of time. I remember that being a thing before the game launched. It's probably going to be the Crystal Palace deal. Let's see. They talked about the future, game's first expansion. Today, the studio revealed that the previously announced expansion for the game will be launching in 2023. Unfortunately, that's all we know. There's no information on what to expect from the first major content update of the game. CD Projekt Red says to expect more details later this year. The news is revealed as the studio outlined its upcoming production plan, which continue work on Cyberpunk, development of the next Witcher game, which was the story. Was it the School of Links, right? That's I guess the working title everyone's been calling it because the emblem, which kicks off a new saga in the franchise, and is built in the Unreal 5 engine, and the next-gen update for The Witcher 3, which is currently delayed indefinitely. CD Projekt Red also revealed that Cyberpunk 2077 has sold more than 18 million copies since launching in 2020. By comparison, From Software's Elden Ring hit 12 million in sales, just a week after debuting earlier this year. Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
And The Witcher 3 has sold more than 40 million copies since 2015. Actually, they're not doing great. Yeah, because CD Projekt Red's 2021 sales revenue, $207 million, which is a 63% decline from previous, I think, or something like that.
Details.
I'm going to double check so I'm not just shouting things from above.
Nope, too late.
No! Never too late. Never. Okay, maybe it's. Let's see. But yeah, the whole Witcher. Honestly, the most interesting of this is the whole Witcher. I guess school of links. The new saga in the franchise built an Unreal 5 engine. Although I'm not a huge fan of the Unreal.
How dare you?
They have a geometry issue where it's like if you don't like, depending on how you make the game, like sometimes you can clip on geometry. Kind of that era of games with the Unreal Engine 4 where you couldn't climb on stuff as easily as you could in older games, or even in new. But anyway, so yeah, $207 million. Sorry, words in consolidated sales revenue. The figure represents a decrease of 63% year over year. The fiscal period converts the dates of January 1st until December 31st of 2021. By comparison, the company's previous financials, in which Cyberpunk 2077 saw earnings reach and $2.14 billion, so $62 million. In 2019, the year prior to the game's release, the studio generated $121.7 million. Okay, so that's better, but Cyberpunk release definitely saw much of an increase in revenue. But yeah, so they're struggling. Not really. Still have a shit ton of money. Their mistakes are biting them in the ass, is a more accurate way of saying. Yeah, I kind of want to look at this 4 thing. I mean, we knew this is like, look, Marvel. Who gives a shit about Marvel at this point? I mean that, but I mean, come on. Some of these are probably going to be really entertaining to just watch crash and burn, right? Let's see, Thor: Love and Thunder's first trailer. Oh, the trailer came out. Okay. The first trailer does its best to catch you up with all that Thor Odinson been up to since in the time since he and the rest of the Avengers managed to defeat Thanos in Endgame with the Mad Titan gone and peace mostly restored. Thor's been off gallivanting with the Guardians of the Galaxy, working off his depression and making the best of his life as one of the last living Asgardians. Unclear how much time Thor is going to spend with the Guardians of the Galaxy, but some of Love and Thunder's story seems to be as it's going to focus on Thor journeying across the universe in order to meet other races of aliens like Marvel's Olympians. For those who don't know, in Marvel Comics, they don't only focus on Norse mythology, they also focus on Greek mythology because, why am I blanking on? God fucking Hercules. Hercules is an Avenger. And a very good friend of Thor. Comics.
Apparently.
However,
ignore the fact that he's never shown up until now.
Right. Well, that's
Very
because
good.
that's because the MCU did Thor dirty. Like ever since the beginning.
Yeah.
The only time I really liked Thor in the movies was Avengers. Like the first Avengers movie.
Would you say it's a bit of a Thor subject for you?
It's because like the Warriors 3, you have what are arguably Thor's most entertaining and interesting side characters in the comics are made into forgettable, not even noteworthy characters in this.
There are side characters that barely got.
Like I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet people watching who like aren't comic book nerds like I am, and don't know of the Warriors 3 at all, won't even know what I'm talking about when I say the Warriors 3. The guy that looked like Robin Hood, the big guy, and the guy that, because essentially if I had to give them descriptions that weren't, they're just physical descriptions of them, so you know who I'm talking about in regards to the films. Like, the guy who played Fandral the Dashing wasn't even the same guy in the second film. It was actually Zachary Levi, I believe, in one of them. I think in the second one it was Zachary Levi, who, for those who don't know, plays Captain Marvel. I mean, Shazam. I call him Captain Marvel because that's what he used to be called until legality. Plus, having a superhero named after the word he has to say to become a superhero sounds kind of stupid. Understandable, but stupid.
One thing
it means he can't. It means it can't say, like, "Oh, who are you? I'm Shazam." Oh crap! Now I'm Billy Batson. It's like.
One thing of note too, especially in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because again they were like, here's our major plot points. We've got it pretty much plotted out here. But one thing we unfortunately didn't really get too much of, except for a side note here, a side note there, was that like from Iron Man to the end of the Avengers movie, which I would say was the modern original cinematic lineup they had for their movies. We don't really get to see the, like, no, I wouldn't say like day-to-day or slice of life of the characters, but we really don't get to see them at all outside of, here's these big events, maybe some shit happened in the back, but we don't care about that.
It's not like, it's kind of just the shortcomings of film versus television, I think. Or just films versus, comic books, really. Because, like, in the comic books, you have, it's a episodic storytelling unless you have like a multi-issue arc, but you can have like an issue where it's like a character thing where they're diving into, like my personal favorite run of Thor is Walt Simonson run, 1985. That was what to me made Thor, like, Thor was cool, like, but not in the way, like, he wasn't cool. He was like, oh cool, he's like this, thunder god, he's like this really strong character, but he wasn't. He was interesting. He wasn't really cool, I guess. But Walt Simonson made him cool. That's when you had
God of Hammers.
But that's when you had Bill, Beta Ray Bill show up, and that's when you had the whole thing with Surtur and everything, all that fun stuff. And that's when he got a new look too, which was really cool because that's when he grew out the beard. But Thor is actually an interesting character in the comics, like, especially during that run, because again in the comic books, Thor was he's kind of a jackass at first, and then Odin's like, okay, I need to teach you humility, so he zaps him to Earth. But when he's on Earth, he's Donald Blake. He's this crippled doctor. But when he first zaps him to Earth, he's not a doctor. He's just this guy with a limp. Who thinks, okay, I'm Donald Blake now. Whatever. Odin did some magic bullshit, so now he has an ID and everything. And he essentially okay, you now are a human. You're immortal. Go live your life. Like, they teach him humility, because Thor didn't have humility yet. And he became a doctor and everything, and then when Odin deemed Thor ready, he gave him the walking stick that, he tapped, it became Mjolnir, and he Thor again. But in the movies, they referenced Donald Blake in the first one, I know, but like in the comics, Thor and Donald Blake were one and the same. They were just different aspects of Thor. Like, there's Thor, and then there was his mortal form of Donald Blake when he was being taught humility, which he then was Odin let him keep as a way to live among the humans and have a life, because he already had a life as Donald Blake at that point when he finally became Thor again. So now, and plus it gave him the traditional superhero secret identity thing, which has kind of went extinct in modern day. Because you look at superheroes today.
One thing I would note too on this idea of like aspects and that kind of stuff. A good way of thinking of it is that if you go, and let's say if you're at work, whatever your work might be, you act in a certain way. Compare that to how you act around your friends.
Right.
Compare that to how you act around your parents. Each one of these is a different aspect of you. They're all part of you, but how me and Nando act around each other is a lot different than how we'd act around our family members.
Right.
So
Sometimes.
it's like it's just another part of who they are.
Yeah. Well, it's also like, yeah, exactly. It's like it's kind of like, okay, what situation are you in? You have to act appropriately, right?
Yes.
Like, you're not gonna, like, you and I are gonna, like, act the way we are with each other to, say, our bosses or to colleagues at work and stuff because, maybe. Right? Well, well, but like, because you don't want to be disrespectful or rude. Whereas you and I, throw shit at each other all the time because we're friends.
If that's what you want to call it now.
Only friends? Okay. No, but the whole thing was like, I just don't like how they never did the secret identity thing. Because to me, the whole secret identity aspect of superheroes was really interesting. Because stories regarding secret identities wrote themselves. Like, just to use probably the best example that everyone knows of, the DC animated universe, right? Batman the animated series, Batman Beyond, Superman the animated series, Justice League. Maybe Justice League specifically is not the best example in this case, but Superman, Batman, and Batman Beyond, all three had secret identities. All three shows had multiple episodes revolving around having the characters keep their secret identity because of X plot.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Sneak Peek, right? That episode where the guy finds out who both Batman are. He stuck the camera on the Batmobile because he has the ability to phase through solid matter.
Matter? I barely know her.
I mean, I have a great Spider-Man issue. Like, someone finally finds a photo of, someone catches a photo of, snaps a photo of Peter changing into Spider-Man, or Spider-Man changing into Peter, and Spider-Man's like, stop this guy, right? Because he can expose his entire secret identity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, there's your story right there, right? It's like, nope, everyone has, because in the comics, Iron Man had a secret identity. Iron Man was the bodyguard of Tony Stark. Again, they referenced it in the first movie, and they really could have made that work too, which was like,
oh yeah.
And I get it because at the time the movie was made, Iron Man was not a secret identity. Like, late, I want to say late '90s, early 2000s, they got rid of the secret identity thing for Tony Stark and Iron Man because, well, for starters, it wasn't even the same Iron Man at that point. Built off the original Iron Man 95. By the point. But yeah, so they were going more with the modern interpretation of the comics, and that's fine. And it worked, because it worked in the comics with that character. But obviously Captain America, freaking World War II soldier, he's a hero, he's the living legend, so it worked there. But with other characters, I feel like they could have done so much more with them to make them interesting.
Part of the problem, though, and I think part of it is that if they were able to look back on it now, they would do things differently. But as it is,
well, yes, but not for the reasons we're talking about.
Oh no, probably not.
They would probably make it all political, whatever, because that's the thing now.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, last night I was talking because
you were talking
Motzei Yom Tov last night. So the first days of Yom Tov did for Pesach. Oh, by the way, for anyone who Happy Easter for anyone who celebrates Easter.
I think you mean Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, and Chag Sameach because it is Pesach as well. So happy Passover. But yeah, so he showed me an image that someone sent him, and it's an image of butt shots, and I'm like, why are you showing me this? And he goes, read the caption on top. I'm like, oh my god, you know what it was? It was a compilation of the asses of Halo.
Oh god.
There was 5 asses in that picture.
Which again, not surprised, disappointed.
And they were all human too.
Just
Like-
like I said, disappointed.
Not
surprised.
not surprised, just disappointed. Yeah, it's like, god damn it! Like, there's more nudity. There's more human nudity in the TV show that's gallivanting and parading, masquerading as Halo, than there is in any of Halo media.
Yep.
And I emphasize
includes
human.
the book, by the
I emphasize human nudity because in Halo 2 you do see the Arbiter without any armor, and
I mean,
grunts
to be fair, he just
are
got fucking roasted.
I-
in the literal
yeah,
sense.
literally he got branded. And
No, and then they like tortured him with some Bernie shit.
yes, they did have giant glowing energy.
Giant beams of fire. I mean, energy.
And the grunts never wear pants.
What's a pant?
They just got the chest armor and that's it.
Is that what they call it?
However, they're humanoid crustaceans. Piece of shit. But yeah, no, Halo show. Topic for another day. It's shit. We predicted it would be shit. Go watch that episode of us predicting it.
Or else
It's on the channel somewhere. It'll literally be titled Halo TV Show something or rather. That was before we saw any of the episodes. Cam hasn't, but I was subjected to watch one of the episodes 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It was episode 3, I believe. Whichever one shows the Master Cheeks. I know. I know. It's but like, yeah, that was something. I'll put it this way. I never thought I would be saying I saw the Master Chief naked in an officially licensed Halo product.
Yeah, as opposed to the porn parody.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I saw my first thought with that scene was, holy shit, this looks like a porn parody. I sent you the screenshot I took. It's like, it looks like an adult film parody. where Cortana just staring at it, like it's like a full person-sized Cortana just staring at his ass. It's like, yeah, this looks like a freaking adult film parody. What the hell?
Look, don't ask questions. We don't ask questions.
Also, do you see the video I sent you last night with the Jackal sniper, where he's taking off his helmet and then it just clips to a Jackal sniper from Halo 3, just going, "Argh!" and then just fires, and then it has a shot of him getting killed with a Jackal sniper. It's great. It's like, and that's why you wear your helmet, moron.
You moron.
I've heard people calling him. It's Pablo 117. I call him just franchise face 117. But honestly, Master Cheeks is more fitting now. I was calling him that before I saw that. You know, for the supposed perfect specimen, he's not that built.
No, but then I mean, what do you expect from fucking idiots who?
You mean from the same morons that give you Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard? No, I didn't expect much. You're right.
Just, I'm not surprised at all. I'm really not.
Again, not surprised, just disappointed.
Yup.
Because it's not so much like, even canon or not, like, this is like the stuff that you see in Halo Infinite. Look, Halo Infinite, you kind of established what the visual aesthetic for the armor and Cortana, because Cortana looks like the weapon does in Halo Infinite. So that's setting the standard for looks and visuals across the franchise. It's the same problem that the MCU had, where like I have no problem with you want to tell
looking like the weapon. I'm perfectly fine with, just because from what I've seen of it, they modeled the weapon's appearance on the actor who was voicing Cortana. So from that aspect, I'm like,
well,
okay,
the weapon is just Cortana,
played,
but in a naval uniform. That's fine, yeah. But my point is that now that's going to be the standard thing across media, as we've seen with Marvel. And the reason I pointed out is,
becomes the new
where's classic Nick Fury? You know, if anyone, because Black Nick Fury, like, that's race swapped Nick Fury from Ultimate Comics, and that's fine. It worked in that alternate story, but now that's the new norm for Nick Fury across all media. When Nick Fury used to be a white guy, he was in World War II, and then he got the Infinity Serum, and
to be fair though,
and
I'll maintain this. Generally speaking, I'm okay with changes made like that as long as they are done well. If they're like, hey, Nick Fury is the best guy to pull off this role, go for it.
Right.
And in my
Like what they
opinion,
did with
in the
Duncan.
live action and the cartoons that he's voiced, the character has, it's done generally very well.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. But just make sure that anytime you're making a character, make it the best that character can be. And bear in mind that by that I mean, if the character is supposed to be, the leader of this clandestine organization that's supposed to be the only thing standing between your average citizen and chaos from all these superpowered beings out there and trying to lead teams of good guys with superpowers against bad guys. Great. Okay, make that the best person in that role that you can find.
Right.
Not to say they need to be the best goody two shoes. Just to
Well,
clarify,
my problem is that,
they're
like,
the
for
best
instance, you have it in
person that
animated. A
role.
lot of the animated stuff now have him based on the Ultimate Comics, which, again, it worked in the Ultimate Comics, it worked in the films, but it's like now we're never going to get the original interpretation of Nick Fury again.
Oh, well.
And it was a different
now that we're
character. And
into the
old school Nick Fury was a very different character to the Ultimate version, which was portrayed in the films. Like, the whole, like, he's essentially supposed to be a more, like, he was supposed to be like a Bond type character, but instead of suave and elegant in the way he spoke and everything, he was not. No, he's supposed to, he was a, well, he was a sergeant in World War II, right? It was originally Sergeant Fury in his Howling Commandos. Then, obviously, in the 60s, he became a chicken colonel and was promoted to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, that's... And from there, he's doing all these wacky adventures with S.H.I.E.L.D. But, and the issues of, right, Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., that was all good stuff. And again, there's no problem with, like, if you're just casting the best guy for the role, that's fine. Like, the reason why I like Nick Fury, Samuel Jackson is Nick Fury, because, again, Ultimate Comics is Nick Fury, Marvel Ultimate Comics. Nick Fury was based off of Shaft, because it came out in 2000. It was based off of Shaft, who was played by by Sam L. So you're kind of just completing the circle here with having Sam L play Nick Fury, and it worked. But again, I want to see, it was a different Nick Fury than the classic. Like, characterization-wise was different. Like, here, I want to see classic Nick Fury again. Like, he was a cool dude.
How dare you?
Someone's running upstairs.
Kill them. Kill them now. Destroy their spleens.
My spleen homing weapon shoots through spleens. Yeah, but the MCU stuff now, I jumped ship, I think, after Doctor Strange.
You jumped off a ship? What?
I have jumped off a ship. You were there.
Was I?
Yeah, you jumped first.
How do you know that was me?
Because I pushed you.
It was a clone.
He didn't survive. It is possible. Okay.
The call is coming from inside the ship.
We have to find the planet that this transmission's coming from.
I just had a horrible thought.
Uh-oh.
So you played GTA 5, right?
I actually never have played GTA.
Really? Okay. Well, in GTA 5, on the online aspect of it at least, I'll admit, I never really got into the campaign of it, because it never really interested me.
Right.
But in at least the online part of GTA 5, you can like go and get an apartment and kind of just like fuck around there, and you can invite your friends to also fuck around there. Okay. But one of the things you can do is you can sit down on the couch and you can watch TV. And they have just like some little 5-7 second animations that would be like caricatures of shows. So I'm just thinking, like, what if you had at some point, for whatever reason, in Star Citizen, you're encountering some like children's TV show. I just imagine you got like Chris Roberts like, yeah, I want you guys to make like a kids TV show, like the full fucking thing, like a full fucking episode or several episodes of this kids TV show.
I see where this is going.
Like, just because that'd be the amount of stupid detail that would go into. I just think it would be fucking amusing as shit.
We know that if they were to task the community,
Especially
would do it in
too,
a heartbeat, and it'd be
like,
amazing.
well, this especially too if you have like some like meta joke in there, like the kids TV show is about Snappy, who is this lovable pet that goes.
No,
around
you
on
know it's gonna be
adventures, except
Pico the
Snappy
Penguin.
is actually a face hugger from Alien. But just there's no, you know, in the snippets of that show we see, there's no realization that Snappy is this you know, death bringing alien parasitic
It's like
being.
those cute little gifs that you send me with the face hugger.
Yeah.
Like it's like the cutified
exactly.
face hugger that you always send me. Yeah.
Well,
Better. It's Pico the Penguin. It's like, okay, it's Frosty the Snowman, but instead of Frosty the Snowman, it's Pico the Penguin. It's like a Christmas special.
That would make too much sense though, having an animated Pico the Penguin.
No, that's totally what CIG would do though.
I ran across in one of the subreddits I'm in, called HFI, which is Humanity Fuck Yeah. Which is oftentimes just a collection of like writing prompts of like, okay, if humanity does encounter other life forms and other beings out there, instead of going for the trope of, because like most scenes where we're encountering aliens, humans are either very much the average Joes, and you see the same shit in like role-playing games, Dungeons and Dragons. Humans are your average Joe character.
They're the
and then you
weaker
have all
species.
these other races that can specialize in certain stuff because they have, the elves are really good at magic casting, and the dwarves are really good at being berserkers, or the orcs are really good at being berserkers, or shit like that.
Meanwhile,
but anyway, so I found this. I'll say it's a short story, but I think it's at like almost 300 individual chapters now. What each of which are at least are somewhere around like 40,000 characters ish. But in this universe that this author made, they essentially go and say, well, hey, we've encountered aliens. And all of these aliens, except for humanity, because of a weird quirk of the space that planet Earth happens to be in, all of the aliens have space magic, and humans don't. And we've established contact with the wider universe here, and these other beings can't even get close to our solar system because they literally their bodily functions rely on this space magic because they've literally grown up and evolved with it to the point where it takes over bodily functions that we have a specific body part to do things like cleaning toxins out of your blood, for example. But they've never needed to grow something like that because they've had space magic to do it for them.
Right.
Okay,
or maybe, or you can go like the route of something like, was it Tali and her species from Mass Effect?
Yeah. But to not go and ramble on too much about this, it turns out that both predators and aliens, as in like from the
Yaoja and the Xenomorphs
movies, are real beings, except they're actually friendly. And what had happened was because of this interference of our space, like they were telepathically, they were like, hey, we think something's over there. Let's try to communicate. And the communication got really, really fucked up, and that's how we got what later on became the alien and predator species that we have in the movies. Just that, the person was like, holy fucking shit, I'm seeing these things.
Here's the thing this is what I like about Star Citizen, where, because I love Halo 4, what Halo used to be, where, humanity was on the back foot and we're losing, but we still managed to find a way because we're humanity. We're flawed, but we always come through, all that sort of stuff. With Star Citizen, humanity is not like... Humanity's on par with the other aliens. We're able to kind of just wipe them out if we wanted to. Like we did with the Tavaran. We've completely assimilated an alien species into our culture in Star Citizen.
Yep.
Like humanity, for a time, the Messer era especially, was ruthless. I mean, like, yeah, now we're on the back foot with the Vandul, but prior to that, we were kind of the top
And
dogs.
only because we're really not taking it seriously. We're kind of just going, we'll back off, we'll evacuate.
We also don't know enough about them. Like, we don't know where they're coming from. Like, they'll just come out of a jump point and attack a human civilization. Like, we don't know if they even have a home world. I mean, they must have had at some point. Like, we don't know if they still have a home world or anything. Like, for all we know, they're just a space traveling. And I like that. I like that we don't know anything about them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is why, like, we're getting our asses kicked compared to, like, the Xi'an. We know all about the Xi'an. The Banu, they're our first contacts. You know, the Tavaran, well, we kind of just wiped them out entirely. You know, it's like...
No.
And there's even, like, these other species that we don't know about. Like, the ones that the Xi'an are afraid of. And... I want to say we've been kind of rambling on, like, random topics now, but I mean, it shows about all things escapism. We're talking about escapism. Fun.
Don't we always ramble on about random
We always ramble on about everything, it's true. I mean, look.
I blame Canada.
We should put that on a cheat. I'm gonna write that down. I blame Canada.
Of course.
Julius gets the first sample.
Unless that's what they want us to think. Mm-hmm.
I'm also writing down I'm not surprised, just disappointed. I have no idea what the graphic for that would be yet, but I'm sure I'll think of it.
Will you?
I mean, I've been working on something.
Are you?
Who are you?
Who am I?
Who am I?
Who are you? Who do that voodoo that you do so well?
Now go through that voodoo that you do so well.
Timbuktu who?
I didn't realize I still had this tab. It's just so fucking sad. By the way, for anyone who has no, like, just for reference, for what we were talking about, the Halo TV show earlier, this is the adult film parody screenshot I was mentioning. This is an actual still. It's just disappointing.
And we're banned again.
Yeah, they apparently, like, the reason why CBS thing we got, that was a manual claim. And apparently others have been claimed as well. Like, their videos have been blocked. I think it's because they just don't like you talking bad about their show. Their shitty show.
And what I love too is that it's like you have this idea that I would say is almost being encouraged nowadays of there is no valid criticism. There cannot, like, only, or I should say, for them. Or against them, there is no valid criticism. For anyone else, yes, there's valid criticism, but against them, against what they make, there is no valid criticism.
No, and it ain't right, obviously.
And it's utterly inane.
That screenshot's still fucking hilarious. It's disappointing and sad, but it's also fucking, like, it really does look like it's from some, you know, fan film, like, adult parody. It's like, he just, it's just so fucking weird. And the whole reason for it's obviously because, you know, in the novels and the games, the whole reason that Master Chief and the Spartan 2s don't have they have emotions obviously, but they don't display emotions and are
Yes, they're not very emotive people.
right. I like to refer to the Spartan 2s as organic robots, biological robots. And I don't mean that in a insultive way. I mean that like it's cool because you're talking about like these super soldiers, and obviously it's not ethical what the super soldier program and all that, the Spartan 2 program. I mean, but it's a cool story element. Like it's cool fiction. And I like the idea, like, because the character is a badass character. Like, all the Spartan 2s are badass characters. And they're these interesting characters because they're not emotive and not human. They're essentially just one-line spewing badasses. And it's fun to watch them. And obviously the lack of emotions isn't from some little capsule techno-babble bullshit. It's because of their indoctrination and training from the age of 6 to become super soldiers. And the bioaugmentations they went well. But in the show, they made it a little thingy-wingy that's just sitting in their ass. It's not even like connected to their spine in any way. It's just like sitting in their ass. They just yank it out with a knife. As an excuse for the writers to show you butt shots. It's just a writing excuse to show you butt shots. And I was surprised
and it's
when
vastly needed to show off the master cheeks.
The master cheeks. The best thing that come from this, the only good thing that comes from this show is the master cheeks, and it's out of irony, ironically funny, or ironically good. I don't know. It's so sad. Like seriously, I never thought I'd be saying, I saw the Master Chief naked in an officially licensed Halo product. Like, seriously.
I am serious, so don't call me Shirley.
Can you take a guess? Not for another 2 hours. Can't take a guess for another 2 hours?
Or can I?
We need more movies. Airplane.
Like
shake up all these morons.
Oh, morons.
Yeah, no, the you know what else was pretty freaking weird? And like, so the TV show, the Halo show from again, I've only seen this one episode, and I hope to never watch anything related to it ever again because it was horrible.
Stop watching it forever.
But it was just, you have that chick, the Covenant chick, the one that breaks all the lore. Like, I know it's an alternate timeline, but that alternate timeline's an excuse. It's not a reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can do an alternate timeline thing where it'd be interesting. Like, what if the UNSC won the Battle of Reach, right? The Fall of Reach. It wasn't the Fall of Reach, it was just the Battle of Reach. They won. What if the events of Alpha Halo, the Battle of Alpha Halo, played out differently? What, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, not, because you have, I hear the excuse all the time for MCU Spider-Man where it's like, oh, it's a different, it's an alternate universe Spider-Man.
Yeah,
it's like, but it's not Spider-Man.
Or whatever.
Like, yeah, 2099 Spidey isn't even the same person, and he's more Spider-Man than this Spider-Man. A shock, man. But here it's the same thing. Like, this is Halo in name only. It's like all the stuff I got. Yep. It reminded. I've never seen STD, the Star Trek Discovery. I've only seen clips here and there, which are usually in the context of making fun of the show because the clips are in compilation videos comparing it to TNG or TOS. For anyone who probably knows what I'm talking about, it's primarily all of STD that I have seen is from a channel on YouTube called Major Grin, which compares old Trek to new Trek, and it's hilarious because of just how bad. Also, Red Letter Media's reviews of Star Trek stuff, but
my jokes are like small hills.
I have watched the first episode of Star Trek Picard because it was on YouTube for free when it first came out, and this reminded me. I didn't know better. I would say it's written by the same people, but it's not written by the same people. But it might as well be, and that's a problem. Like, it has all the same crap.
What we're seeing more and more with most franchises out there is we've seen that by and large, a lot of companies, especially the ones writing and pushing out this kind of shit that they're pushing out, are not willing to do anything new. You see very few things like The Expanse, for example.
Right.
And that leaves companies going back to, well, we have to go and recycle old franchises, old stuff. Got to just keep redoing it, add whatever the flavor of the week is to it, but that's it. And that's where you go and end up with just, hey, let's do Ghostbusters, but everyone's a girl.
And it's not even,
and it's like,
the problem too is that,
like the 70s, that would have been a shocker. That would have been enough to say, they're main characters, but they're all women. Maybe back
honestly,
in the 70s,
not even if it was
that
poorly
was a shocking
written
thing and enough to lead a title.
If it was poorly
Nowadays,
written,
it's like, okay, and
that's the thing. Yeah, like it would probably get butts and seats, but then they would see it and it would be like a film that was like,
Well, I mean, not even that, but just
$100 box office compared to
all the lead
$1
characters are women. Might have been enough of a wow factor back in like the 70s to go and
maybe
it's like, oh hey, imagine you have this kind of character, but it's this totally other, the person in that role is someone you would never ever expect to see there, and here's how they face that challenge because it's not expected. Whereas nowadays it's like, well, why wouldn't you have women in the lead role?
Right.
There's nothing.
And honestly, I'd argue that even
that.
then, because probably one of the best movies that you can watch is 1964's Charade, starring Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant. Audrey Hepburn is the main character of the film. It is this like whodunit, spy thriller. It's a really good film. Came out in 1964, starring to me, all that not saying like you're wrong. Like, yeah, you're probably right. You probably would have gotten butts and seats, but if it was poorly written as it was, it would have tanked and would have made like 100 million compared to the 1 million box office that people were. I said 100 million, 100,000 compared to the 1 million. But it's like even then though you had movies that were starring like women, and so like yeah, they weren't as common, but it's like it's not they didn't exist. They didn't not exist. It's not. I don't know. It's the whole thing where it's like we need to have the virtue signaling and the checkbox marking and all that bullshit. Or that's the problem with the Halo TV show, and like that's why all these shows feel identical with a new coat of paint. I can't even say a new coat of paint.
It's being made for the masses.
Yeah.
Who don't know anything about Halo, who don't care about anything about Halo. It's just a brand name that has recognition, and you're writing whatever bullshit you wanted to slop away. And that's across the board. Whether it's Star Trek, whether it's Star Wars, whether it's Halo, Batman, Superman, etc. It's just whatever the fucking flavor of the week is, but it's still the same shit being shoveled.
That's the thing. Like, I can't even say they have a new coat of paint. Like, they have one new element, right? Like with Star Trek, it's probably the ships. With this, it's like, oh, you have the Spartan armor when they wear it, and the elites that kind of look like elite brute hybrids because of their body. Seriously, the elites are not supposed to be that large, and they're not supposed to have brute physiques. But yeah, it's like the thing is, this show, as we said in previous things, this show's not made for us, not made for Halo fans. It's made for non-Halo fans because they're doing the same marketing tactic that Disney Marvel does, and it's a sound tactic when you look at the results of Disney Marvel. However, in practice, in this particular instance, it's not a sound tactic because Disney Marvel is adapting popular IPs that people know of before the films came out. Like, people knew who some of these characters were already. Marvel's been around, at 2008, Marvel was around for 50-ish years already. Spider-Man was arguably one of the most popular superheroes in the world. When I was growing up, it was Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. Like, top 3 heroes of all time, like most popular and all that. So, like, people knew Marvel. People knew the heroes of Marvel. The, Avengers, maybe you didn't know the specific names of the characters, or you didn't know this character or that character, but you knew something. This is a video game franchise. You're adapting a video game to live action. That's not the same thing. Like, there's not that same pre-existing fame, I guess, for lack of a better term. People don't, like, yeah, some people will know of Halo. Oh, they know it's a video game. Some may even know it's a first-person shooter. Aside from that, like, most people don't know shit about Halo. And I don't mean that insulted, I just mean, like, that's how it is. Like, at best, people will probably know, oh, it's a video game where you shoot at aliens. Except none of that's, like, you don't even get that in the TV show. At least the episode I saw, you saw, like, no Covenant. At all. Because they're trying to paint the humans as fascist bad guys. Because the humans are the bad guys now. In Halo.
Well, and it's the same shit we've always been seeing with all of this modern shit being shoveled out, where bad is good, good is bad. I mean, look at, for example, Batman vs Superman. So where it's like, oh, we're just going to go and just level entire parts of the city for Superman's side of it. On Batman's side of it, I'm just going to go and murder random people. I'm just running around with fucking miniguns and missiles, which Batman never does. Bad is good, good is bad.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, look, I know a lot of people are like, well, why doesn't Batman just kill his villains? And really, you want to talk like realistically? Yeah, obviously, I mean, it would be illegal
in a real world. This is not the real world, though.
But that's the thing. It doesn't make sense for that character, like the fictional character that has a pre-established background and lore. It does not make sense for him to kill because his whole point is that he doesn't. And in the universe that he is set in, it doesn't make sense for him to kill. Especially since the whole point and message of Batman is that you're supposed to be on a higher moral ground than your enemies. Like in The Dark Knight Returns, when, the sons of Batman, is for anyone who does minor spoilers for anyone who hasn't read or watched the animated movie of The Dark Knight Returns. If you haven't, go do that. It's really good and, like, straight out of the pages. But in that, there obviously a nuke goes off nearby, so the EMP field wipes out power to Gotham, and all havoc breaks loose. And there's this like cult that worships Batman. They call themselves the Sons of Batman, and they have like bats tattooed on their faces, and they're like holding shotguns, like we're gonna bring peace to the streets. And then Batman shows up, like no, these are weapons of tools and these are the tools of cowards and whatever. We will not use them. Like essentially trying to straighten people out, like and bring order to the chaos that has ensued in Gotham, but doing it in his way, in a way where they're not going to shed blood, they're not going to kill people, they're going to minimize collateral damage, because at the end of the day, Batman is the hero. Again, it's fiction. You're not obviously it's not supposed
anymore.
Not anymore. No
villains.
Well, no, now because he's a white man, he's a white straight man, so he can't be the hero now. He has to be the villain. Like, look what they're doing to Chief. He never even, whatever. Like, now they're demasculating the freaking Master Chief, who's essentially just an empty shell for the player to inhabit. Yes, he has a character in the books, but I mean,
video
like,
game perspective, that makes some sense. But from a movie perspective, it does not at all.
No, but that's why I think you and I were on the money years ago when we said, hey, if you're going to do a Halo show, don't focus on Spartans, focus on Marines or ODSTs. Because there's actual stakes there, but then again, we were expecting them to at least have some semblance of conflict between the Covenant and humans. Here, again, I've only seen the one episode, but there were, with the exception of hunter worms in the episode, and they were really big. Like the hunters are big, but the worms themselves are just, they're like worms the size of your forearm. They're not giant gravemind tentacle-sized worms. Also, for anyone who hasn't seen Halo Nightfall, it's the worst live-action Halo thing, but it is still better than this TV show because it is still Halo. It's bad Halo, but it's Halo. It's kind of like, oh, here's this bad issue of Spider-Man. It's still a Spider-Man issue, it's just a bad issue. Like, not everything's going to be a great, like, even Batman Beyond has some meh episodes. Like, I know, blasphemy.
Honestly, now there would be, if you wanted to go and do a like a live action Batman thing,
Batman Beyond,
you fucking go.
The problem is, do you trust them today?
No, fuck
That's
no.
exactly the thing. That's why, like, I'd rather, if we're gonna get a live action Batman Beyond, I trust Bat in the Sun, the Bat in the Sun guys to do it. Man, Dying is Easy is amazing. Definitely the best live action Batman thing I've ever seen is from Bat in the Sun. Like, I like the Nolan trilogy. I'm not a huge fan of the Dark Knight Rises, but I like the first two. But Bat in the Sun, these guys, they're like us. They understand the character. And it's a 25-minute fan film that has the quality of a $1 million budget film, and most of it is dialogue. But it's Batman solving a mystery.
What?
Most of it is dialogue. So it's like, you think, oh, that's going to be boring, right? And that's what the Halo TV show is. Mostly just people standing around, reverse shot, all this inflated drama bullshit. The fact that, we were talking about this last night, but, Halsey's, Cortana's not a clone of Halsey's brain. She does a full-on clone that they kill.
Yeah, which, again, just makes no...
And she's not a chip that he can insert into Chief's helmet or just insert into any console. It's an implant in his brain. And he doesn't even want her there. It's like, yeah, nothing can go wrong.
There's so... And it's like, yes, there's something to be said for creative liberties, but it's like you have to do it, as with all these things, you have to do it well.
Right, like, for instance...
And they're showing they're utterly unable to.
Right, like, for instance, here's a good example of a creative liberty. Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man movie, right? It's Sam Raimi and Tobey Maguire. Organic webbing. The reason they didn't do it is because Sam Raimi thought it would be unrealistic for a teenager on a shoestring budget to create mechanical web shooters that shoot synthetic silk that even today people with $1 million research labs cannot create. It's theoretically possible. We just don't know how to make it yet. But
yeah, and going that some kid who has barely any budget is going to magically
right, and that's the thing. He thought, and again, because they wanted to stick as close as they could to the source material, but they also knew, hey, we need to make some changes so that the broader audience can also grasp this. Because it's not a comic book, we're now adapting it to live action, so some things don't translate perfectly. Now, I personally think that, hey, they could have still done mechanical web shooters, and it would have worked. I still think that it would have worked because, again, you're worked in the comics. I think it could have worked in the movie. But what they did with the organic webs also worked. It's not like, oh, this didn't work. Like, it worked as well. Especially since at that time in the comics he did actually develop organic web shooters. So plus Spider-Man, the original idea is taken from Spider-Man 2099, who had organic web shooters. How he got his powers. Which was not from a spider bite, but from genetic anchoring. But also that, in the comics, it was a irradiated spider, whereas in the movie, it was a genetically altered spider because just the 60s, everything was about radiation. In the 90s and 2000s, everything was about genetic manipulation. It's just different era. Like, those are like the, and for instance, the suit, too, with the raised webbing, that was actually a functionality change. Because the camera wouldn't pick up the webbing. Like, red is horrible. It's horrible. Red is like the worst color to pick up on cameras, supposedly. So, when you have just essentially painted on webbing pattern, right, or sewed in webbing pattern, it didn't come, it wasn't clear and wasn't coming on the camera as well. So, they had to make it a raised pattern. So this way it was casting shadow on the suit. So this way the camera would pick it. But that's the thing. I just listed 3 changes that, the organic web shooter one's probably the biggest of the changes. And again, I feel like they could have kept the mechanical web shooters and it still would have worked. But what they did still worked, and it was still respectful and faithful to the source material. Like, Peter Parker was still Peter Parker. He was still Spider-Man. Like, I know a lot of people complain that he doesn't quip a lot, but I mean, he did make quips in films, just wasn't non-stop talking like I am. I don't know, my point was just that was a good way of creative liberties for the sake of adapting something from one medium to another. And Halo has shown that it doesn't even need to have any creative liberties taken from adapting the video game to live action, because you got Landfall, We Are ODST, Deliver Hope, Forward Unto Dawn, and Halo Nightfall, all of which are the live action trailers for Halo 3, ODST, Reach, 4, and 5. All of which are, again, live action Halo projects. Going back to 2007, 2008, 8 or 9, sorry. When did ODST come out? 2008 or 9? 2009, right? Hello? Anyway, and then you had Reach in 2010, then you had 2012 was 4, and 2015 with Halo 5. So my point is that all this stuff was done decades ago and done well, and then you had the TV show where it's obviously not done well. It's a cookie cutter sci-fi, it's a very typical, basic cookie cutter sci-fi show with Halo on the label. That's really what this show is.
Yep. And that's really what again we're seeing with everything being made.
Yeah.
It's watered down. It has very little except for a surface paint job of what the original franchise or show was about. It's just whatever someone's fucking pipe dream was.
Yeah. And obviously all these shows end up just being a platform for someone who has some really weird ass fetishes to project themselves in the show. Like with the Halo show, all these butt shots. Why are there all these butt shots? Why is there nudity at all?
Yep.
The only nudity you should have is for the Arbiter's origin. I'm sorry. And it's freaking dinosaur people. But yeah, it's just fucking weird. And obviously, again, it's Star Trek Picard or Star Trek Discovery. It's the same thing. It's the same show, but this time it's called Halo.
Yep.
But it's the same exact thing. And that's the problem is, and as to what Cam was saying earlier, nowadays everyone just has to make we have to adapt this, or we have to remake that, or we have to reboot this, because no one they want to they want to play it safe, market off of brand recognition. B, they probably aren't capable of having creative thought and incapable of creatively creating or being creative and writing something new. And C, they just want to bang. I guess that goes back to A, where there's the brand recognition. They want to bang. They want to get more bang out of that. They want to get more buck out of the original bang. If that makes sense. But
no, continue.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what we're getting. We're getting more and more of the same, and the same is less. Same thing with the video games, right? We're getting more remasters and remakes in the video games. We're getting a freaking Max Payne remake, which supposedly is being done by the same guys, by the original team. So that could be good, but still, it's why aren't we just getting new games?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Because they can't. I don't think they can.
Nope.
They can, but they're not able to. If that makes sense. Yeah, you can always make a new game, but the people that are making these games are incapable of making something new. Clearly, if they were capable, they would have done it. And the problem is, no one wants to take risks and be creative. But unfortunately, they're not taking risks and being creative. Or they're not being creative and not taking risks. Results in them failing, because now it's more of the same and everyone's getting tired of it, right? Because just another remake, another reboot or whatever, and people hate that. But if they were to actually be creative and take risks and make something new, people would actually applaud it and like it. At this point, you're probably better off taking that risk and being creative than you are just remaking the same thing thinking you're playing it safe.
Yep.
Just looking at it from a market and logistics standpoint. However, I doubt they are as well, because most of the time, like with the Halo TV show, or really anything Paramount Plus and a lot of the other shows too, most of the time they're making this shit not because of money. Well, money is a big factor, obviously, but politics too. They've got to get that gender identity politics, or the whatever identity politics, this politics, that politics, red politics, blue politics, yellow. freaking what was the kids book, Sam I Am and all that stuff. I think they tried to cancel Dead. How am I blanking on it? It's like all these children rhyme books. I'm blanking on the name of the guy. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's essentially they gotta inject all the politics into their escapism, making it by definition no longer escapism. So
Look, if you would just accept that they just know better than you.
Like, I don't know if you've been watching Young Justice. Young Justice used to be a really good show.
I watched it back when there was like one season.
Yeah.
And it was if we're talking about the Young Justice to where they went and had a couple time jumps.
Yeah, honestly, I liked season 2 just because, like, great, now we're seeing Nightwing, and now we're seeing mainly just now we're seeing Nightwing. Like, the main characters are older, but here's the thing: season 3 was very politically correct or whatever. Like, it was a lot of nonsense. It was also the problems with it weren't the politics mostly. It was also just the writing. Like, you're following 3 dozen different teams of 3 dozen different characters. Most of those teams are going by the same name. So it's like you're just getting lost. Like, who are you following? What's going on?
Yeah.
And I add to that
like,
the main characters of the show, like the original team members, right? You know, Nightwing, Aqualad, Kid Flash, who died in season 2. But like all those characters, they're getting maybe 1 or 2 episodes in that season. So
yeah, you're kind of like they're
like you're losing,
you're
like
getting lost in the forest for the trees.
Yeah, it's like I want to watch the main characters that I saw from season 1 and season 2. Like season 2, for instance, for me personally, my favorite character on the show is Nightwing. You know, I'm a big Batman fan, so I like Robin, I like Nightwing, and another thing that turned me off to season 3 was the redesigns of all their costumes. And how they were trying to make it more in line with the movies that were like the animated movies that were currently out at the time, like the Death of Superman, the Reign of Superman, and all those those DC animated universe movies that ended with Justice League Dark, Apocalypse War. Never a huge fan of those films. Like, some of them were okay, but I didn't like the designs from those films. And here they're doing like the same designs. Like, I hate the way they draw the eyes for Nightwing and Batman. Season 3 and 4 or Young Justice looks so weird because it's not just the traditional triangle eyes that make them look intimidating and cool. Like, they try to make it look real, but it doesn't work. Aesthetics aside, the writing obviously for that season was bad. Season 4 started off good. They really hammed up the whole Martian prejudice stuff with the racism between the white Martians and the green Martians and the red Martians and all the different rainbow colored Martians, which is actually from the comics, except in the comics the white Martian, there was a cultural difference. It's like in the show there's no cultural difference. It's pretty much like it's pretty much just white and black on Earth, like humans. Like, it's just everyone's the same. There's no genetic differences between people. We're just pigmentation differences. That's it. Like human beings. Whereas in the comics, the reason there was a prejudice between the white Martians and the green Martians were a cultural thing. Like, yes, there was obviously the skin color too, but it was cultural
because of the cultural differences.
Like, the white Martians were the soldiers. They were the lack of a better term, homicidal maniacs. And the Green Martians were more peaceful. Like, it was essentially like Autobots versus Decepticons type thing with Transformers. Like, the Green Martians were like the philosophers and the educators and the historians and stuff like that. And the Green Martians, the White Martians were the soldiers and the warriors, the peacekeepers and stuff like that. But they were also kind of feral sometimes. And when the Green Martians lashed out, when the Green Martians reached out to the White Martians to kind of help them and kind of like, let's usher a new age of peace and everything, the White Martians lashed out at them with genocide. So there's good reason for bad blood between them. I don't like here. It just felt very. It just felt too real.
You want background to your story?
Yeah, right. And no, they do establish background, but it's like again here it's essentially just it's real. It's modern day politic bullshit, right? Where it's like here you have the White Martians and the Green Martians, and they don't like each other because. But it's not like there's no cultural difference. Like there's just. They
take a really complicated issue.
Racial prejudice.
It's just because of skin color.
Yeah.
Like that wasn't what was written at all. It's not what was.
And here and again, Martians in DC Universe are shapeshifters.
Which includes skin color, by the way.
Yes. In fact, one of the plot points in the early season of Young Justice, season 4, I mean, was that a Green Martian was pretending to be a White Martian to get into an area and something like that. But it's like, yeah, you have that. I mean, hell, in season 1 with Miss Martian, she was pretending to be a Green Martian when she was in fact a White Martian. And like some of it was good. Like I liked the parts with Miss Martian and Superboy. Miss Martian's design in season 4 is definitely an improvement over her season 3 design, and actually feels like an evolution of her design from season 1 and 2, compared to season 3 where she was just a bald white woman. It was really weird.
She was like, "This is my true form," and it really wasn't.
No. Actually, it even wasn't, because in season 3, you have she has a mental battle with her brother, and in that mental battle, she's in her Earth, like she looks like a human girl in it, which like, and that's how she sees herself.
Yep.
Compared to so, but it was good. That stuff was good. Obviously, the whole like fake out, because spoilers for season 4, Superboy dies in episode 4.
Jeez.
I mean, he's not dead. Like in the more recent episode, in the post mid-season break, it's. I mean, look, it's the title of the season is called Phantoms, and Legion of Superheroes from the 31st century. The Legion of Superheroes with the flight rings and all that. 3 of them are there. Saturn Girl. I don't remember the other guy's name, and then Phantom Girl. And Phantom Girl and Beast Boy are, they're probably in the Phantom Zone. Like the most recent episode, spoiler.
The Phantom Zone.
The most recent episode has Superboy meet freaking Zod. So, in the Phantom Zone. Zod. Adventure awaits. Huzzard! But yeah, it's no, and that's the thing. Like some of it is good, but then they're starting because the way they're going is okay. They're gonna have like 4 or 5 episodes dedicated to a specific arc around a specific group of characters, and then move on to the next arc. And it's a pretty interesting format. I was not a fan of the magic arc they went with Zatanna, because it kind of just devolves into a bunch of people shooting colorful laser beams at each other.
Isn't that how magic battles usually go?
And unfortunately, there was no cleverness to it. Or rules really established. And it felt like it dragged on.
And on?
The Atlantis arc kind of had like a really anticlimactic end.
Is that surprising to you?
No. I'm just pointing it out.
Look!
But
Stretch.
Yeah, and also like there's at one point, because remember in season 2 you had Lagoon Boy, right, who kind of replaced Aqualad on the team, and in season 4 you actually have Lagoon Boy return, but it's at one point, some chick comes on the screen and it's like, oh, this is my wife. We're like, okay, so we got married in the time skip, because season 2 was 3 years ago now. In universe, so okay, he got married. That's fine. But then at one point, that same chick calls someone else her husband, and I'm like, wait, what? I thought maybe there was just like editing. I thought maybe it was like an editing issue or something. But it's like, no. Turns out they're in like a polyamorous relationship. I'm like, what the fuck?
Kind of awkward.
A little. It's just like out of left field. It was so weird. And maybe I'm just like an old fogey thinking that, traditional values matter. But like, what? Like, and if that's your thing, and it floats your boat, good for you, I guess. But it's weird.
Like, how dare you deny them their love?
Meanwhile, right now I'm having flashbacks to the Venture Brothers, where you have the Revenge Societies, they're the trials, right, where they're trying to get more recruits, and you have I'm Mr. Polygamy, and this is my wife, Mrs. Polygamy, Mrs. Polygamy, Mrs. Polygamy, and Mrs. Polygamy. See, but that's because that was they're spoofing superheroes in that show. You're not so much. And that's my problem too. Is like in season 3 and 4, established Calder as being bisexual, which matches the character in the comics, and that's fine. Except in the show, there was no setup for that. Like, because in season 1 and 2,
set up for any of this shit.
It just,
these guys wouldn't know how to write if their lives depended on it.
Because that's the thing. Like, in season 1 and 2 are still good, but it's like season 3 and 4, it's like a lot of this political stuff. Literally, one episode, it's almost like, let's pause the television show you're watching to talk about this one character finally choosing to become non-binary or whatever. She's not a computer anymore. Like, I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone by saying that, but I mean, I still don't know what the hell it means. Also, the very idea of you being binary and non-binary means that there's binary and non-binary, which is a binary choice.
Like, by definition, it's
binary.
setting up a dual choice. You have
a binary choice.
Or the other.
It is the most simplest of computer programs is made by binary choices. 1s and 0s. 1 or 0. But yeah, it was so weird because like it's literally like a whole minute dedicated to it. It's like, what the hell is this? And it's about a character that was introduced in season 3 that I personally don't give a shit about. I know my comic book stuff, but I'm not super well versed in DC Comics, at least post Twensend DC Comics. Honestly, DC Comics, I'm not as well versed in DC Comics as I am Marvel Comics. Unless it comes to Batman. Like, that's really it. And it's like, this is a character, like, I had no idea who this was until last season, and I still don't care about her. Because again, like, the whole show, it's like, they're introducing more and more new characters all the time with each season, and that's fine if you're going to do it, like, season 2 did it pretty well. But
How dare they?
I don't know, just,
do that.
like, you're watching this show, like, fans brought this show back, right? That was the reason why this show kind of came back in the first place. The fans were clamoring for it, and it got brought back originally on DC Universe streaming service, which it then kind of scrapped because it was stupid to have a streaming service just for DC stuff when you can have a Warner Brothers streaming service that has Warner Brothers movies, including the DC stuff. But, it's like people wanted to watch or see the continued adventures of their favorite characters, a la Nightwing, Kid Flash, Aqualad, Miss Martian, Superboy, Artemis, and Zatanna, and Rocket. Not all these new characters that no one could care about. And yeah, they're deep cuts from the comics, and that's great, but at the same time, they're not interesting. And it's a shame too, because again, season 4 does get some things right, but then it gets some things really wrong, and it's just like, it's weird because sometimes it's like, okay, this is really good, it's interesting, I want to see where it goes, and then other times it's just, really, this shit, like, why? And that's pretty much that's season 4 in a nutshell so far. I don't know if the season, I don't know how many episodes are in the season. Normally, it's like, because they used to go old school, 26 or 25 episodes a season. Or something like that. But yep, that's that show. But it is a shame how we can't have nice things anymore. I will say this though, Amazon actually has kind of been 50-50 when it comes to their stuff. Like, I haven't watched The Expanse. I keep meaning to and keep putting it off. But I have watched, obviously, Invincible. I've read the comic too.
You can read?
I like to make people think I can. It's all an illusion, you see. No, but it's the Invincible, with the exception of Amber's portrayal in the show, because Amber, holy crap, that was bad. Like, that was like political bullshit stuff in that show with Amber. But everything else was good. Some of the changes were actually better than they were in the comics. Like, what's her face? Mark's best friend. I'm blanking on the character's name. Like, I like the change.
With, like, the face and like the nose.
The face and the nose and the hair and the shirt.
Yeah,
and,
like
the
eyes. Yeah.
Dude, where's my card? Okay. But so Invincible is okay. I do want to see where they go at season 2. Like, I want to, because again, the comic book was great, so I want to see where the show goes. But especially since it has been relatively faithful to the comic book, with a few changes, and some of those changes actually for the better. Honestly, the only thing I've watched from Amazon that's actually good, like I actually genuinely recommend to people, is Reacher. Now, it's not anything, like when I say like I'd actually recommend, that doesn't mean it's the best thing ever or anything. Like, no, it's okay. Like it, and by that I mean like, this would have been probably a good show 20 years ago, but in comparison to modern day shit, this is the best show ever. That's the problem too. Is like, you gotta keep that in mind, right? Because otherwise you lose perspective and your expectations are lowered, and the behavioral modification that these companies employ takes effect, and your expectations are lowered, your standards are lowered, the quality bar is then lowered as a result. Which is why I say, like, look, I recommend this show because I enjoyed it and it was good. But I mean, there are better shows out there still. This show was still a good show. I will say, like, Reacher, like, none of the political shit in Reacher, to my surprise. That's the thing. Like, when a show is good and doesn't have any of the political bullshit and is actually like rewatchable good, that's when I'm surprised. Not when you have shit like the Halo show or anything like that. Like, that's expected at this point. It shouldn't be, but it is. I mean, this is what, year 8 of all this nonsense?
Or more.
In entertainment? Whether it be comic books, movies, video games, television. I'm sure at some point it's going to reach manga and anime too, if it hasn't already.
Oh, it already has.
Do you know? You're just guessing.
Approximate knowledge of many things.
I don't either. I don't much. Actually, I don't read. Not that I don't I have anything against it. I just haven't.
Oh my!
I watched some anime, Gundam, and Full Metal.
I think you mean Gundam.
Gundam.
Daniel.
And Gundam Wing, they're always like, it's a Gundam! Like, that's what that thing is from. Imagine, it's a Gundam! Yeah, no, that's been a shit show for escapism. We have the tagline of the podcast is all things escapism, but when all escapism is kind of shit, you're kind of left in a rut.
Exactly. There's no escape anymore. Get out of here.
No escape.
Bullshit.
Which is why I've been writing my own shit. No jokes.
Can write too. Look at the intellectual here.
You're gonna do set the KGB on me?
Maybe.
What was that joke? There's 3 KGB agents. One can write, one can read, and then the third one.
Agents, they send them out in 3s. One of them can read, one of them can write, and the third keeps an eye on the 2 intellectuals.
No one told me there'd be anything about intellectuals here.
Yeah.
No, but I've been working on like that freaking Transformers fan fiction. And I call it
Oh,
fan fiction, but it's like a whole like I've made this whole timeline, original continuity stuff. And look,
Okay,
I am
so
no
how
professional
much of it
writer
is
by
actually
any
a
means,
romance
but
subplot?
this is essentially just something for me to kind of pretend I have a mind to flex.
So
Right.
how much of it is your shitty romance subplot?
Kidding me? I haven't written any female transform or any female characters at all yet.
Who said anything about female characters?
Ah, see, there you go. No, kidding. No romance. Look, I'm a believer of you don't need romance in something in order for it to be good.
You're a believer?
I'm a believer, yeah.
Do you believe you can fly? Do you believe you can touch the sky?
No,
Reach for the sky.
go ahead. Or Beetlejuice, go ahead. Make my millennium.
Beetlejuice.
Oh shit. Okay, good. No sandworms.
Hey, who's that?
Oh, he came to you. Hey. We could probably write it.
Darren fucking see it.
All we need is someone who can animate and voice actors.
Someone who can animate? What?
Animate. Like the 2D stuff.
Don't hate discriminate?
No, it'd be indiscriminate. Remember, you're not discriminating if you're doing it to everyone.
Is that how this works? So what if I hate everyone
I hate
equally?
everyone equally, exactly.
Bounce. I still blame Canada.
Yes, you should. I think on that note, we should probably end it. Unless you got anything else.
I thought we ended it years ago.
No, we ended our lives years ago. Hollow empty husks of former
What
selves.
is this? Derp Souls?
Glory be to the sun, or whatever the fuck it is. Praise the sun. Sorry, that's too filthy casual.
Powerade the sun?
Powerade. Now coming in sun flavor. Probably a thing, isn't it?
Lots of things are probably a thing.
But is a thing? Or has it not been a
Only
thing
on
yet?
Tuesdays.
When does it become a thing?
Tuesdays.
Every other Tuesday?
No, every other Thursday. But Thursday never happens because every day is Tuesday.
Nah. But then what day is it? Tuesday.
Monday. Like I said, don't ask how that works though. So if I told you, I'd have to kill you.
You already did. I'm already dead. We're
Only
two
on
ghosts
Tuesday.
coming. We're two ghosts communicating to beyond the grave of cyberspace or some bullshit. I don't fucking. When do you think the
So-
Alpha 317 will go into live build?
Never.
Eh.
We're due.
Be honest. I don't sugarcoat it. What do you think it'll be?
Another week.
Another week. I agree with Calls. I know. I am glad that they're taking it. As he said, we've seen what happens when they don't. I mean, that's the beauty of, like, I mean, it's the pain but beauty of Star Citizen at the same time, right? Like, they're taking their time so they can get things right and get things done right. But you're seeing that it's taking a
On the
while
other hand, they're
as
taking
a
their
result.
time. No, they're taking their time. However, they're taking their time. What?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're taking their time, and their time is taking time.
But is their
Got a
time
lot of
taking
time to take. Because they've got the time.
Kill.
I can be even more confusing if you want.
Can you make muffins?
Hmm.
Do
Maybe.
you know the muffin?
Only on Tuesdays.
Well, if you know them at all, that means you're a traitor.
On the good news, the super finally came to fix the radiator, so now I don't have to worry about that. Alright, let's probably just end this. Edition. Promote the merch, don't promote the merch. Merch. As soon as it loads. Any second. Okay, it's loaded. Voila! Merch. Things. Stuff you can buy, and we get money in return. But that is how capitalism works.
Peanut butter.
Really. Together,
No,
they taste like crap.
Just peanut butter.
T-shirts. Now add a new T-shirt later that says "Blame Canada," which kind of matches all the other relatively offensive stuff that we sell. Can you imagine wearing a shirt that says "Blame Canada" on it? I mean, I can't, but
I'd wear that in Canada.
blame Canada. What for? Anything.
But what can't you blame Canada for?
Canada. Is there anything you can't blame them for? I think my favorite shirt I have still is Big Frack Snick Snack Patty Whack. If I thought of going kind of bullshit is this? On that note.
And it's our best seller at 2 units sold, both of them to Mando.
Yep. No joke. Technically, they're not even units sold, they were samples.
Free samples.
One of them was a prototype, and the other one was the refined version when I changed the font. So, yeah. Stuff.
Or else.
Buy our stuff, or else we'll torture Data. With Cam Spleen. Or better yet, we'll torture Cam Spleen.
Mr. Bond, I've already destroyed the spleen.
You do realize that that was your third replacement spleen this week.
What do you mean this week?
Your third one this week. You've gone through, let me see it in the file here. 300,572 million. I just said 300,500. That's not a number. Yes. Anyway.
And
then. Hi. Hello. You say hello. I say goodbye.
Hi?
Hello, hello?
No, and time leave a message after beep beep.
I don't know what, but you.
You know. You know what you did? And true.
You fool.